All right, thanks everybody for joining us for our City of Courtenay regular council meeting for April 12th, 2023. I'd like to do an acknowledgement that we are meeting on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And I'm going to pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to highlight that National Volunteer Week is April 16th to 22nd and acknowledges volunteers who play a critical role in the development and maintenance of a healthy community for the citizens of Courtenay. Volunteers of all ages and diverse backgrounds mentor children, feed the hungry, comfort the lonely, beautify green spaces, and fundraise for charitable organizations. Their collective work makes Courtenay a more desirable place to live and supports fundamental organizations like festivals, hospitals, community centers, and schools.
Thanks so much for that, Councillor McCollum. And there were no late items introduced, and so we'll go to adoption of minutes from March 22nd. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we'll move right into delegations. And we start with the Comox Valley Cycling Coalition. And I think Mike's going to be speaking to us tonight. I'll let you introduce yourself. And if you press the button, I'll get your mic rocking and rolling. And there you go, Mike. I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. And we greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I think it's a good chance for us and good timing to give you an update of our ongoing activities, as well as the a couple of special projects we've got on the go now, and talk a little bit about the updates that's going to be done to the cycling network plan, City of Courtenay, very shortly here. So with no further ado, do have a number of support members from our board and our volunteers here. Thank you for that. You can go to the next slide, please, Adrian. So who we are, for 14 years, the Cycling Coalition has been very active in supporting safe cycling in the Comox Valley. Our idea is that the more people we can get on bikes, the healthier the people are, the healthier the environment is, and the less crowded the roads are. And, you know, contrary to what you may see occasionally in the odd letter to the editor, we are not an anti-vehicle group. All of us drive cars. We all use those to get around as well, but we do enjoy cycling and want to encourage as many people to cycle as we can. Next slide, please. We currently have about 130 members, down from probably 250 pre-pandemic, and we have on social media almost 1,000 followers now, I think, and quite a large email distribution list. So we have some great support and some great eyes on the road, so to speak. We're a member of the BC Cycling Coalition, which is a group of about 20 or 30 organizations that they do kind of the high level provincial lobbying, whereas we deal with local issues. They're the ones who would be lobbying Modi for things like the safe passing law that you may have seen them come by in the last week or two. Next slide. So the biggest thing we need to look at and step back and understand is, what are the various cycling levels of people who ride bikes? And this is a generalization of studies that have been done all over North America predominantly, and about a third or 30% or so are not interested in cycling, that we call them the nowhere, no how crowd, and for whatever reasons, and that's fine. Of the remaining 70%, 10% are what categorize themselves as enthusiastic and confident, and don't have much of a barrier holding them back to cycling. The other 60% are interested but hesitant, and there's a list of barriers from feeling safe on the road to the weather in your particular jurisdiction, whatever it might be. But 80% of them put number one, feeling safe on the road, would get them out cycling. So that yellow group there is a target group that we focus on, either through education or through advocacy for safer infrastructure, to get more of that yellow slice of the pie, moving them into the green slice. At the Cycling Coalition, we get a lot of asks, as do most volunteer organizations, but we try and focus on our priorities. And that involves basically education and advocacy with some special events thrown in there. Education, as we'll talk about, we deal with teaching kids how to ride a bike and do it safely. And we have a Ride Right program for adults I'm going to mention here in a couple of slides down. We also, in order to encourage people to cycle, put together special events, that being that we have a movable setup of bike racks that many of you have probably seen. I know a lot of you are cyclists. So at the major events like the Philbert Festival and Music Fest, the Courtenay Downtown Market Day will provide, just on a volunteer basis, we'll bring those racks over and set them up so that people feel safe and comfortable to bring their bikes to a major event. Advocacy, we enjoy working with everyone, not just the councils and staffs, but also the institutions, the public businesses, all up and down the list. Comox Valley is a big complex, as I'm sure you're all aware of the various jurisdictions. When your street gets snow plowed and it ends at the end of the next block because it's a different jurisdiction, it's the same thing with active transportation. It's a challenge to coordinate it, but it's really, really improved over the last number of years. The other thing we provide for advocacy that I'll mention later is we have a route map, an online route map. Next slide, please. Kids education, I think you're all aware, we provide a program in conjunction with School District 71, where every kid in an SD 71 school in grade 4 or 5 has a 2-day cycling program. And the big thing I want to push here in conjunction with the Volunteers Week is there's over 1,000 hours of volunteer time that goes into that every year from Cycling Coalition members. We're really happy to do that. We've got a trailer with bikes and helmets and everything the kids might need, safety vests, those types of things. So between learning skills and learning safety, 4-way stops, how to take them for a little road ride in their school, neighborhood, it's a great program. Big smiles on their faces. Next slide, please. We also have an adult program that we're really expanding on this year. It's a 4-hour course, 3 to 4 hours, combines some classroom knowledge of the rules of the road and then a road ride to get you confident, because that's the cheapest way to fix infrastructure, is to get people more confident with the infrastructure that's there and know where their healthy risks are and where the unhealthy risks are. We deal with e-bikes. We have had special group requests. You can go to the next slide, please. We are working on, we have a grant this year from the BC Cycling Coalition to develop a grassroots adult education program in conjunction with them that'll be used throughout the province. And in a couple of weekends, we're going to be training 12 new instructors. Right now, we're only working with 4. So we'll have 4 times as many instructors available. The Ride Right course, we only charge $30 for it. It's basically just a cost recovery of what it costs us to put it on. We're offering it now through Courtenay Recreation. We're partnering with them. So we've got some courses coming in May, July, and August through Courtenay Rec, and we hope to expand from there. One of the interesting things that we did just recently is Mark and Angela are here. They went to Campbell River. Their substance abuse intervention team has an outreach team of 14 people that decided to move to e-bikes to get around and do wellness checks, etc. So we sent Mark and Angela up there for a couple of days and trained them all up on how to use these e-bikes. And it's, it's ideas like that that are just wonderful. They love it. It's easier for them to get around. They can get into the remote locations easier. We're also working with the Immigrant Welcome Center to try and put a program together for newcomers. Next slide, please. As many of you know, we have an online map that shows kind of a comfort level of cycling. We've got a grant. We're going to be upgrading that. It hasn't been upgraded since 2016. The idea is actually to put all the cycling networks on as well. Active transportation has a huge range of users, as you know, even when you take just the cyclists, not the walkers, not the mobility scooters, any of that. Within cycling alone, there's a wide diversity of users, from speed levels, comfort levels. It's a complex challenge to fit something that will deal with everyone. And there's no perfect answer. So when you're building infrastructure, it can be a challenging situation. Next slide. 17th Street bike lanes, I want to give you some kudos, give the staff and the city kudos on that. I think the true test of a bike lane is, do the let's call them the confident users use the bike lane as well, or do they stay on the road? And 17th Street, for the most part, everybody uses the bike lane. And it's been well received. There are some education moments where people have to figure out how to turn left at the next corner because they've got to work their way back into traffic or use the crosswalk. But other than that, it certainly has some good separation between the bike lane and the pedestrian lane with a little drainage ditch, which is something that's very necessary, and like it a lot. I think in general, cyclists are pretty pleased with it. Next slide. I wanted to talk just a little bit about parking protected bike lanes, because when you go up 17th Street away from the river, it changes into a parking protected bike lane. You can see from the photos here, the idea is that you have a bike lane, a door buffer, the parking with some delineators, perhaps even to make sure that the parking stays on the one side. Let's flip into the next slide. Unfortunately, in the ones on 17th, they aren't ideal. And you do get people who don't understand how to park or don't care to understand how to park, which makes it more dangerous, because the thing you want with any traffic flow, be it vehicles or bikes, is predictability. And if somebody's got to be dodging in and out of cars, the cyclists here feel no more protected than they would just riding in a lane, I don't think. It's difficult to navigate. They do have a great purpose, parking protected bike lanes, but they've got to be done right. They've got to include a buffer. You can't put them where there's a lot of driveways, where there's a lot of in and out traffic. The parking there should be consistent over time. So if there's always cars parked there, if the first car parks right, the rest of them figure it out, and include a buffer. Next slide. Buffer for the doors to open. So when you're building a cycling network, which you're updating your cycling network plan, what are the goals? And we see it as a combination of building a spine of major networks, like building any road. You build a major network that's protected, that gets people north, south, east, west, and then you have connecting arterial and gathering routes that are painted, or neighborhood bike lanes, whatever those might be. The biggest thing we see is identifying major potential cycling destinations. We want to get some wins here. You want to build something that people are going to use. So things like North Island College, the hospital, the schools, downtown, shopping malls, those are all targets where a lot of people go, and you can convince them to ride a bike if it's safe to get there. Identifying gaps, which you'll see in a couple of slides later, is key. And interim solutions are always appreciated. There are limitations on budget, on land acquisition, on getting agreement, whatever it might be. I think it was a great move to put the painted bike lanes from the 5th Street Bridge out to Ryan Road. They're not perfect. They're not the ultimate solution, but they're sure a lot better than what we had prior to. So kudos for that. Next slide, please. Here's a big one that we look at, is the 5 things that should be looked at every year consistently through budget and personnel. Maintenance of an existing network. Anybody who's ridden a bike is very aware that you recognize every bump in that road, every rock, every hole, every crack, every place you've got to move out of the lane. You know where that is because you're just aware of it. So maintenance of the existing network, from sweeping, snow removal, painting and repair, is very important. And then you look down at the other categories of, can we cheaply add some new painted network? Let's do that every year. Detailed design work, like you did on the 6th Street pedestrian and AT bridge, get that detailed design work done so you can apply for a grant and have things shovel ready. And then the other thing is to study the challenging areas, the areas where it's not so easy to say, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we should do it, and when we should do it, and how much it's going to cost. If it's a tough one, let's have a chat about it. And the last thing is making the trip complete, end of trip facilities. You can put in the nicest bike lane down Fitzgerald, but if you get to Driftwood Mall and you've got to ride into a mall parking lot where there's no bike facilities and minimal bike parking, you're not going to get people reusing that route or that facility to do so. Next slide. Just a quick discussion on, you are more than aware of the vulnerable problem, the vulnerable persons problem that we have, transient problem that we have in Courtenay, but just to show you how it affects everything, including cycling and active transportation, is it's not just traffic that makes people feel unsafe sometimes traveling on these routes. Unfortunately, there was an aluminum bike ramp that was used on the underpass on the Fifth Street, Anderton Avenue underpass, Fifth Street Bridge, that was cut off and stolen for salvage value, I would guess. Unfortunately, those things happen, but we really see the underpass at Fifth Street as something that needs to be addressed. Mobility scooters can't get up and down there. It's a long ways around to go up the intersection at Cliff and Fifth Street. Next slide. So what are some of the challenging areas? Well, if you look at kind of the south and west end, Courtenay to Cumberland connector, and I think the Courtenay portion of that within the city boundaries is working well and will come to fruition. Cumberland's really looking at a better connection. Crossing the Parkway, the 19A bypass, those things all need some work. Next slide, please. And you'll notice some are in green, some are in blue. All the last three are in green, and we recognize these are multi-jurisdictional ones, the green ones. This, I think, is the key slide in that if we're going to build a 6th Street active transportation bridge, we really need a 6th Street up to Fitzgerald link. We need to get under the 5th Street Bridge. We need an east-west connector to get us up into East Courtenay, Ryan Road. And with the major destinations at Nick and the hospital, we need something on Lorwick, and those need to be figured out how to do that. Next slide. So going forward, what do we ask? I will say we appreciate to no end how far active transportation discussion has come in Courtenay and in the Comox Valley. The staff are great, wonderful to deal with. It's a collaboration now. It's proactive. It's, hey, what do you think of this? We see a problem. They listen. We listen. It's a wonderful relationship. We think it might be time even to get a person dedicated strictly to active transportation. I know that we keep dragging them, away from other tasks, that there's other demands here, but it might be something to consider. And I think there may be some cost recovery that if you shared it with CVRD and Comox and Cumberland as well. Increased awareness and maintenance, which I think is coming, but obviously can still be a little bit better than it is. And working with us, as we have been, continuing to involve even more people on trying to solve some of these challenging areas, because there's some great ideas out there. And the last one is, of course, planning secure bike parking and the end of the trip routing facilities would be very, very helpful. Last slide. So thank you very, very much. As I said, we've been working very well with staff for the last few years, and appreciate all of the active transportations. That it's great to see the conversation move from why should we do this to how and when and where. Happy to answer any questions or receive any comments.
Excellent. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate that. And we've already got a question or comment. Councillor Moore.
I think it was
Actually,
it's over here.
Councillor McCollum, you snuck in just that much quicker. So
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks so much for the presentation. Yeah, there's a lot of good work and good news there. And when it comes to the challenges highlighted in the later part of the presentation, I think most of us around this table concur with a lot of the things that you've highlighted. And it's, it definitely fits with the priorities that I'd like to see us address as the term moves forward. Also really want to give you and your organization some kudos for just how accessible the Learn to Ride program is within the school district. I wasn't aware that that's a program that's available so widely. I've seen it being delivered in my neighborhood. Last year, I was walking my dog, and I was really impressed to hear just how specific the direction was being given to all these kids at a four-way stop and making a right turn. And listening to it, it really made me think, like, yeah, a lot of kids are happy to ride bikes, but not all parents are able to deliver this information. I mean, your first pie chart kind of highlighted that really there's only about 10% of people who are comfortable on a bike. So that's a small pool to draw from in order to help kids ride safely. So just really want to extend my appreciation for that program and just make an additional suggestion or comment that my other role is working at North Island College, and I've had various contact with international students through my work or in classes over the years. And they tend to be fairly keen to get out on bikes because they don't have access to a vehicle, and they're also often who's on public transit. But they're coming from countries where the expectations around cycling are quite a bit different, and they're less connected with things like the school system or the Immigrant Welcome Center because they're tied in with the college. So I would suggest seeing if there's a way to connect. There's probably 100 to 200 students that arrive in January and again in September. There's pretty set times when they're arriving, and they do a lot of orientation for those students. And I'm sure public transit is part of that. So it's a good opportunity to maybe extend this program to people who are generally pretty keen to find their own way around without a car. So thanks again.
Thank you. As to your first comment with the kids, the best thing I hear is I have parents come up to me and say, hey, my kid gave me heck the other day riding the bike because I wasn't doing it right because you guys taught them how to do it. And old people signal to go right this way is what one kid told his dad. Us young people, we signal this way. Regarding North Island College, we're actually, I had a meeting, great meeting just before Christmas with 4 people from admin there on the sustainability committee, I believe. I'm not sure of the Danielle Hoagland. And 3 others. And we have, I think we'll definitely get there. It is a huge audience, and we need to make sure that A, they've got bikes, because that's part of the biggest issue, and B, that they know how to use them and are comfortable getting around town on them. The new residents, by the way, will have a bike parking spot for every resident underground. Yeah.
Without further ado, Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much. As some of you know, I'm a Ride Right graduate, very proud graduate of Ride Right. The instructors are great, very patient with people who haven't ridden for a while, and definitely in traffic. It's nerve-wracking being back out on the road. When I was riding a few years ago, it was more on trails leisurely. So in traffic, it is scarier. So I really appreciate that course. I wondered about whether you're doing anything specifically with Evergreen Seniors or the seniors facilities, because I think it's a real myth out there that when you become 65 or whatever, you're all of a sudden, we always hear there's all these mobility issues. When we went to the Evergreen Seniors open house, I think half of those people could have whipped my butt with the ping pong and all the other things that they're doing down there. So I just wondered if that's another target group that you've been connecting with at all.
Have not. In fact, we had our AGM in the Evergreen Club, but we have not connected with them. And that's a very good point. We used to offer our courses, our Ride Right course through Elder College, which is another big target group, but we haven't for a little while, but through COVID, basically. But yes, that's a great suggestion. We will.
Yeah, and then we've got the new seniors facility as well, which has a real range of, folks who are out there quite active in the community. So because I think that's a real a group that you're seeing definitely people on e-bikes in those older ages. And I just love the part about offering the education to the kids, because I think learning to ride a bike and learning to swim are probably up on the list of the most exciting times in a child's life. And if you get that excitement going at that young age, then it often lasts all the way through. I have a 5-year-old living with me half time, and swimming and riding a bike were real highlights of ours in the last year. So, the excitement of being able to power yourself, go on your own power. So anyway, I'm super excited for you that you got the grant money as well to expand your programming. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mike. I appreciate the presentation and just all the work you guys do in the community. And I guess we're all happy to pick on outreach stuff that we found really interesting. And I thought it was really intriguing. You went up to the Strathcona Regional District and we're doing that training for nurses in Campbell River. And I thought that was, an interesting stepping outside your usual kind of lane, so to speak, in both ways, geographically. And I think like that kind of specialized training for getting certain teams, like our bylaw officers are now frequently using bikes, and more Parks and Rec people use bikes. Getting specialized teams in organizations that usually haven't thought about cycling. I think that providing that kind of training can probably like really ease people into finding a much more effective way of getting around. So appreciating that. And I just had one question, which was, I guess I could have many questions, but you mentioned maintenance a couple of times, and maintenance is obviously a big part of the picture because it applies to our entire network. And as someone who rides 12 months a year, I'm generally fairly pleased with the level of maintenance I see around. I know the snow clearance has been a lot better due to some new equipment over the last winter. So I was just curious, did you have any particular priorities? Because our staff are here. Kyle's right there. If I was curious to know if there's anything particularly you noticed that could be improved, and if you'd perhaps spoken to staff and what kind of feedback and support you're getting.
We've communicated pretty regularly with staff. Most of it has been very minor of late, painting, potholes. Of course, this winter wasn't as bad as the past winter. The prior winter was very bad on roads. Some of the corners we've noticed on the Old Island Highway portion to Ryan Road, there's 2 corners where cars cut too short. We're in discussions with them about maybe putting bollards or something. The big question comes in when you start talking about any type of a protected lane, physically protected lane, because then the snowplow and the street cleaner can't get in there. If it's paint, it's easy. So you have to have smaller specialized equipment, and that'll be the next step when we get enough bike lanes in the area that need that type of equipment to justify the expenditure, and that'll come along, I think. But in general, no,
Sounds
quite happy.
like a constructive and collaborative relationship
Yeah.
so far.
I rode for 17 years in Calgary, and the maintenance here is way better. Not as many pathways, but way better.
That's fantastic to hear. Yeah, thanks, Mike.
I'd say the weather's better here too, but I might be biased.
Slightly, maybe not this week.
Councillor Gilles.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for your presentation. At the start, you spoke about the 60% who are hesitant and education being a primary method of getting people on board. I'm curious if there's any kind of environmental scan that's been done around education for drivers. I know that we have the Right to Ride program, but is there, one of the things I heard campaigning was a lot of concern from drivers who didn't know how to maneuver in a new world where there are bike lanes. So I'm curious your thoughts on that. And then the ask at the end around the end route bike storage. Any thoughts on what other communities are doing from a business model perspective around how to both pay for the costs of those and then the maintenance as well?
So first question on the drivers is a difficult one. Short of, Ministry of Transport bringing in some type of testing, retesting. I'd obviously love to have some methodology to bring the awareness up. I think that's going to be a big budget item with Modi going forward. I hope it is. The BC Cycling Coalition is lobbying for that to, with this 1 meter passing law that's coming in, how is that going to be enforced and how's it going to work? There's a lot of questions around that, and we certainly don't have all the answers. I think short of enforcement, there's not much else you can do with some education for the drivers in the meantime. And of the scofflaws who are drivers, I don't know what the percentage would be between people who don't care and people who don't know. It's the same in cyclists. There's people who don't know and the people who don't care. And the people who don't care, enforcement is obviously the number one thing. People who don't know, education can get them. So it's a difficult challenge all the way along. And sorry, what was the second? The bike storage. Business models are a challenge other than making sure when we say end of trip, we're thinking within Driftwood Mall, within the Thrifties Mall. You know, the 17th Street bike lane is great, but I talked to somebody who said, I want to go to Thrifties and I got to go further down 17th and somehow negotiate a left turn across 17th into Thrifties. It's not all that fun. Yeah, you need the complete trip. We did have some discussions with staff last year, and there are some great recommendations we passed along in studies as far as what works for a bike lockup. And it's basically the number one thing is the staples. And I love the new one across from the library with the fire hydrant, where they took the fire hydrant no parking zone and put in three lovely bike parking stands. And those are great. Because bikes are getting bigger now, as anybody who rides an e-bike knows, those fancy curly Q ones are pretty, but you can't back an e-bike in there to lock it up. So I don't know if it's so much a business model. We aren't big enough to have a bike valet. We've been talking with North Island College. They've built a beautiful building up there that unfortunately has the doors wide open, is very visible that there's bikes in there, and is nowhere near any security or cameras. So nobody parks their bike there. There was one bike parked in there on a beautiful day in September last year. Everybody takes their bikes inside because they don't feel it secure out there. So we told them we'll work with them to help make the underground biking more secure for them. And that's just it, is the user needs to feel safe leaving their bike and locking it up, wherever that might be. And it doesn't have to be pretty. Has to be utilitarian, really, and secure.
Thanks for the question, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Mike. Always impressed with the continuing energy from the coalition. Of course, your requests are well received, and looking forward to discussing those with the rest of the council and staff. I had a question about your relationship with School District 71 and how that's going. I imagine quite well since you're in all the schools. I'm sort of wondering what sort of commitments you have from SD 71 and if you're looking to strengthen that relationship.
Yeah, it's a great relationship. In the past, I don't know if anybody knows the history, there was iRide, which was provided here. And we had bike rodeos where we went to the schools separately and just came in and did it. The person who was Lauren Land, who's an amazing instructor, was teaching the iRide. When the iRide program left, we talked to the school board and combined her took her as the lead with a whole bunch of volunteers to do now a 2-day where we do the skills that iRide used to do on day one, the safety that we did with the bike rodeos on day 2. SD 71 supports us with some money every year to help pay our instructor and cover all the costs. They've also got now an outdoor education liaison who is strictly anything outdoor, including bikes. We've got a trailer with 14 bikes and a bunch of gear in it. They've got a trailer with about 24 bikes in it that they haul around all the different schools. So they're really on board. One of the challenges we're finding is there's a few schools, of course, that aren't in SD 71 that sit outside the SD 71 envelope that want the program as well. And I wouldn't say we're topped out on volunteers, but we're getting there. It's tough to find.
Well, it's really great. I think, excuse me, it's a key piece, right? Bringing the kids, getting the kids
Absolutely.
the information so it can follow through into their teenage years and onwards. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Excellent. And I really appreciate your presentation tonight. And I'll echo the comments around having the kids cycling. Our kids know that if they cycle, they get to come home later, especially when it's late at night, because we won't pick them up. So it gives them that extra bit of independence. And they've really enjoyed the cycling courses at the school. I was able to help volunteer back when it was called iRide. Yeah, it was really useful. And just want to acknowledge as well, there's a, group of people looking to see about getting a connector from Cumberland to Courtenay. And I want to thank actually Councillor McCollum and Councillor Cole Hamilton for stepping up and being part of that conversation. So I think it's lots of really cool things happening. And again, really appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm actually going to Courtenay or Cumberland in first week in May, but the delegation that was done a couple of weeks ago was one of our board members. So
Yep, Spencer or,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
and so he met with us as well,
Yeah,
so,
perfect.
and staff, so we could have a more fulsome discussion, I think,
Excellent.
and of course, I think the first bits aren't necessarily in Courtney, but just knowing that there's that support and we're willing to figure things out, I think is really everyone's on the same page.
That's wonderful. And the one thing we may come back and ask for is some more help with Modi, because they're kind of, as you know,
Yeah, I just
A
told
cognitive-
Spencer you need patience.
that doesn't move that fast. We've been waiting
Yeah.
for a bike box paint at Back Road and Ryan Road for 3
Yeah.
years, that for them to just sign off on the design that
Yeah.
Public Works sent them 3 years ago. So
Yeah.
it's frustrating.
Well, I think Councilor McCollum and Councilor Cole Hamilton had some ideas as well, so
Wonderful.
I think, yeah, there are a lot of heads working on this, so really appreciate all the work.
Excellent.
And with that, we'll move on to our next presentation, North Island College Student Union, and with Carissa Wilson and Rebecca Lennox.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm Rebecca Lennox. I'm organizer advocacy with North Island Students Union. With me is Carissa Wilson, Executive Director of North Island Students Union. And the Students Union is the recognized voice of all credit earning students at North Island College. We represent over 5,000 full-time students. So we're here today to talk about menstrual equity. It is a big subject, and it refers to the accessibility, affordability, and safety of menstrual products. Next slide, please. So we use the term menstrual equity as its inclusive terminology. Not all people who menstruate are female, and using the term menstrual products creates space for inclusivity. The term hygiene products, as they've previously been known, helps create some stigma around it, and it makes it seem like it's a dirty thing when it's actually just a natural part of being a human for many of us. So in 2013, Free the Tampon did a study which showed that 86% of people who menstruate have reported experiencing a period start without the supplies they need. Next slide, please. And how many people menstruate? In the 2021 census data, self-identifying females were 52% of the Comox Valley, and with a total population of 72,445 people in Courtney or in Comox Valley. Next slide, please. So to sort of demonstrate the impact, we're doing an experiment where we're imagining the community has 1,000 members, and then 50% of those communities are menstruators. If you decrease the figure by 20% to include those that aren't actively menstruating, this means that 400 community members out of 1,000 experience a monthly period. Next slide, please. If 86% of these community members experienced an unexpected period started in public just one time per year, that means that 344 people experience their day being disrupted and concern about how they will manage their day without the resources they need. Next slide. And so this conversation could also be about toilet paper. It used to not be available in public spaces. And if you forgot your toilet paper, then that was going to be a rougher day. So as a society, we've decided that these, paper towel and toilet paper should be included in public spaces so that people can go about their day and not bring them with them. Next slide, please. United Way has started the Period Promise campaign, which is recognizing that nobody should have to pick between feeding their family and buying menstrual products. For many people, this is a natural reality. Nearly 1 in 4 Canadian women have struggled to buy period products for themselves or for their children. Next slide, please. So in the United Way Period Promise campaign, they have done some extensive research in our areas, not necessarily in Courtney, but in Victoria, Nanaimo, Vancouver, Prince George, and a bunch of other places in the Lower Mainland and BC. And in this report, which was done in 2021, it showed that families with an annual income of less than 40,000 per year, people of Indigenous ancestry, and people living with physical or mental disabilities are most profoundly impacted by the cost of menstrual products. Next slide, please. So this slide here is impossible to read, so we're going to skip over it, but this is where the next few slides come from. So the findings of the study have shown that 51% of all respondents indicated that they had struggled to purchase menstrual products for themselves. And this was in 2021. And as we all know, nothing has gotten cheaper since 2021. Next slide, please. 64% of respondents who reported an annual income of less than 40,000 had, was this the same one? Had struggled to purchase products for themselves. Next slide, please. And 68% of respondents who identified as Indigenous had struggled to purchase menstrual products for themselves. Next slide, please. And 79% of respondents who were living with disabilities had struggled to purchase products. And then 26% of respondents indicated that they had experienced a period with 0 products available to them for the entirety of the cycle. Next slide. So stigma is a big part of why this, why people don't feel that they can reach out and ask for products. If you start your period in a public place, if having menstrual stigma makes people less likely to just ask the person in the stall next door and instead make do with some toilet paper or a sock or whatever they have on them at the time to try and go about their day. Next slide, please. So what this causes is that people are missing out on opportunities. They are unable to stay at work. They are unable to stay at community events, and they are missing being part of the community because they don't have access to menstrual products. Next slide, please. So what is NISU doing? In May of 2018, North Island Students Union Board of Directors, who are elected students, committed to funding a pilot project providing low-waste organic menstrual products in 3 bathrooms at NIC's Courtenay campus. Available in 1 female-identified, 1 male, gender-neutral, and 1 male-identified bathroom. Next slide, please. And so the good news is that as of February 2023, the Menstrual Equity Initiative has now expanded to include 3 bathrooms on every campus that NIC has, which is 4 campuses across Vancouver Island. And it is now entirely paid for by the college. They have stepped forward to do this work, so it's not being paid for by students, it is now being paid for by the institution. Next slide, please. So we have also switched to using a product called Joni, which was established in 2020. They create low waste, biodegradable organic cotton, bamboo, and cornstarch fiber menstrual products with a smaller ecological footprint than mainstream products. And we have been working with them since 2023. Next slide, please. So this work is getting more recognized through many different areas. In 2019, the Minister of Education mandated that menstrual products be available for all students in K-12. And the Minister, Rob Fleming, asserted that we must normalize and equalize access to menstrual products in schools to create better learning environment. And there is a little quote there that is worth the time, but I am not going to read it because we only have 10 minutes. But I trust everyone to read it in your agendas. Next slide, please. And so how does the community show up for its members? This move aligns with the ultimate goal of decreasing barriers to accessibility, equitable education in our province, and having the continuity to be able to know that there's going to be menstrual products wherever you go helps create a sense of peace and safety, and also means that people are able to show up to community events knowing that their needs will be met. Next slide, please. This is a list of some other places that have signed on to the period promise, including, you'll notice, the City of Victoria, the City of North Vancouver, as well as some other QPBC and BC Federation of Labour. Next slide, please. So in the City of Courtenay official community plan, 2 of the 4 cardinal directions prioritize community well-being and equity. Many of the equity priority groups outlined in the plan intersect with those who will benefit from access to free menstrual products available in public spaces. Taking action by providing menstrual products in publicly accessible places aligns with the city's goals to increase opportunities for all community members to participate, prosper, and reach their full potential, as quoted by you in 2022 in your official community plan. Next slide, please. So in the City of Courtenay official community plan, 2 of the 4 cardinal directions prioritize community well-being and equity. Many of the equity priority groups outlined in the plan intersect with those who will benefit from access to free menstrual products available in public spaces. Taking action by providing menstrual products in publicly accessible places aligns with the city's goals to increase opportunities for all community members to participate, prosper, and reach their full potential, as quoted by you in 2022 in your official community plan. Next slide, please. So communities benefit when equitable opportunities exist for all members. Unexpected period starts cannot be controlled, but the city of Courtenay has the opportunity to empower people who menstruate to engage in their communities, remain at events and opportunities, and go about their day with dignity, even when the unexpected happens, by providing products in city spaces. Equity is created when community members have the resources to make healthful, autonomous decisions for themselves. Next slide, please. So council members are requested to vote in favor and request a staff report on the costs and implications of providing free menstrual products in city operated facilities and to join the Period Promise campaign. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the list of all the references we've used, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
It's a nice looking bibliography you have there.
When you work in education.
Fair enough. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rebecca and Carissa, for coming today. And may I say what a pleasure it is to see you speaking in Courtenay Council for the first time since 2018.
Thank you,
Um,
Councillor Hillian.
And thanks for providing the United Way report that came with our agenda. Very comprehensive and very thorough. I noted that in the most recent BC budget, there was a provision that birth control would in fact be provided to people food costs. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of whether menstrual products were considered in that regard as well.
I don't know if they were considered in that regard, but I have seen that there is some menstrual equity work happening at the provincial level, but it's yet to kind of make its way to all buildings. Part of our campaign that NISU is doing is we're going to come to all the Comox Valley councils, as well as Campbell River, Port Hardy, Port Alberni, Pluitt, Fino, as we have student members in all of these communities. North Island College has a really large geographical area that we serve. So we are gonna, and we also will be approaching Island Health. Our hope is that it'll be a multi-pronged support program, that everyone's just gonna accept that this is the next step for us. And
Yes, and the ultimate goal would be not just public facilities, but private facilities as well, restaurants,
Yeah.
pubs, all sorts of things. Yeah, I'll certainly be happy to support this when it comes back through our staff in the weeks to come. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks so much. And this is a really impressive presentation. Just like rest for a second, but back in the early 90s, I was a university debater and I argued that we should give free menstrual products to anyone who needed them. And I lost the debate. Obviously, it was not nearly as persuasive as you are. I was just wondering, just picking up on what Councillor Hillian was saying, whether you've talked to any business groups like the Chamber of Commerce or the BIA to encourage just that people who manage private spaces take this into consideration as well.
Yeah, this, you should feel honored. You are our first stop of
course.
presentation, but we do have plans to talk to as many people as we can, and that will eventually include private sector. But for now, our goal is going to be talking to local governments in all of our areas, and then Island Health and BC Parks.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see you at the CVRD shortly then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Thanks, Rebecca. As someone who does most of the shopping in my household, I'm quite aware of the price increase on these products. And I often wonder if there's a less expensive way to actually get these products into the hands of people. And I'm wondering if you guys have given any thought to that. It seems to me that, you know, because it's a private company offering a product, that profit is maybe number one. And there might be some way to work this into the conversation as well.
Yeah, so at the Students' Union, we do also offer, we've bought menstrual cups as a wholesale price, and we do offer those for $15, which is a really low cost. That's a reusable product that you can have for literally years. So that is part of our next kind of phase as well, is to try and encourage more of that. There are some local companies that make reusable pads that are really great. And so we're, as a Students' Union, going to start purchasing those to sell to our members. And, you know, that would be the long-term hope. Having reusable products is definitely better environmentally, and it's also better financially. It is a lot less of a ongoing cost, but the initial upfront cost is a bit higher.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think your presentation has been very well received here, and it'll be coming back to council in a short period. And again, I'm pretty sure we'll have lots of support for this. And I think the only question was really because we're at the end of the day, sort of the cost thing. Does the college, either when you were funding or now that the college is funding, is there a dollar amount that kind of like per capita kind of thing that you're looking at?
I don't know those off the top of my head. Carissa probably will, so I'll step aside. Thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Carissa Wilson.
Thanks again, Rebecca, and great to see you again.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great question. With the Joni products, they do have a bulk purchasing program, so they're heavily discounted. I'd have to look exactly to our per 100 user, but it's about 23 cents a product, which is really economical. Yeah, and the bulk purchasing really brings it down. So I can come back with a per 100 person cost and provide that to staff.
I think that is more information like that I think gives me a really good indication of the numbers we're talking about, and a staff report will probably be able to articulate kind of what we'd be looking at. So I really appreciate being able to answer it on short notice. So
it is really a very economical way for us to provide equity in our communities. So it's great buyback, but great buy-in. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, thanks, Carissa. Thanks, Rebecca, again. I don't see any further questions or comments, and have a great evening. You can watch the rest of the meeting if you want. I'll leave that up to you. And we're going to jump right into staff reports. The first one is development variance permit number 2208 for 1130 Fifth Street. And I'll give it to Councilor Moore.
I was just going to move it actually that based on the April 12th, 2023 staff report development variance permit number 2208 1130 Fifth Street, council approve option 1 and direct staff to provide public notice to adjacent property owners and occupants and request feedback regarding development variance permit 2208, and that council make a decision on development variance permit number 2208 at the April 26th, 2023 regular council meeting.
Been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through Mayor and Council, the staff report gives an overview of the requested variance. I just want to note that at various times through history, home-based business regulations have been of a certain bent in Courtenay. Then there was amendments to what was accessible as home-based business. Home-based business and accessory buildings is a new matter, and this is a more recent aspect. Staff are in recommendation, and the notification that will go to adjacent neighbors will give council some information on what the neighbors think about this. I just would note that having businesses in accessory buildings makes them considerably more attractive as it relates to home-based businesses, as we all understand, and it may have implications on the development of commercial properties, et cetera, through the community. If we see this as a trend, I think we'll come back to council with a bit of a policy staff report to understand this. And I just offer that for your background. Ms. Goddard is here if you have any questions. At this point, we hadn't planned a staff presentation.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councilor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is something that was brought to my attention a while back, and I was actually confused why someone couldn't have a home-based business and accessory building, because I'm thinking of things like, bike repairs or things that you wouldn't have in your home. And I mean, I do appreciate the comments from our city manager around that there is analysis that needs to be done on the pros and cons. But I guess I would like to see in future really looking at our home occupation bylaw in more detail, because there's other issues that have come up. Obviously, there was the resolution that we passed and the bylaw change to allow more diverse occupations, which we did a while back. But I think the whole home occupation bylaw could use a good look at it. There's also things like parking. I had a conversation with someone recently who's also probably going to be coming with a request for a variance because they basically have to dig up their front yard to put in the parking, and they only see one client at a time. So it really doesn't make sense. These are small operations, and in this situation, there wasn't really another option. The variance had to be applied for, but it does have a huge cost implication as well. I think it's $1,000 just for the variance. So it does create a hardship, I think, on people who have home-based businesses because they are smaller in nature and to keep overhead down and all of that. So yeah, I just hope that we will take a look at this bylaw in general in future, and I'm obviously in support of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin, and I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Just want to acknowledge the proponents in the room and her diligence in being proactive on this application and reaching out to the neighbors. And I appreciate in the staff report, we've seen some of the correspondence between the neighbors and the proponent. And I think that this really aligns with where we're going as a community and the growth that we're seeing in the community, and a lot of the key aspects of our official community plan and ensuring that we reduce carbon emissions, and home-based businesses are a way to do that. It also is a key equity. We know a lot of women are at home and working from home as well. And so I think having this conversation in support of Councillor Morin, having a deeper conversation around how we can support entrepreneurs and small business owners to be able to be at home with their businesses, I think is a good thing for our growing community. And I just want to share my support and my thanks to the proponent for the work that they've done so far.
So thanks very much. And again, I don't see any further questions or comments. So with that, the motion's on the floor. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Perfect. Next, we have internal reports and correspondence, and we got the AAP process results. Mr. Carbett.
Mayor and Council, Ms. Proton is going to speak to this.
I have a lot to add to the report. Council had directed that we undertake an alternative approval process that's related to a development, and the bylaw did receive the approval of the electors with only one form submitted. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
And I do apologize. I did turn Councillor McCollum's light on, so I don't know if you were just planning to make the motion, but you could make the motion if you'd like.
Yes, that's what my light's on for. Then I flip the page. I'll move that council receive the alternative approval process results, parkland disposition bylaw number 3050 briefing note.
It's been moved and seconded, and I don't see any other further questions at this point. So all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. We're going to start with council reports, but maybe before we do, I'm just going to ask if the podium. Oh, actually, I'll turn the podium mic off. I was like, someone's got to go push a button, and I have the power here. All right, getting distracted by squirrels here. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say a couple of words about a conference that a few of us were at last week. The Union of BC Municipalities put on a housing summit, and I was asking the executive director when the last time they'd put on a special conference was, and it was more than 20 years ago. And I think this is a recognition that housing is a concern province-wide, and that the province, I think, used that opportunity to launch a number of initiatives, and I know we'll be talking about many of them over the coming weeks and months. But there's one aspect which caused me concern, and I sort of had an opportunity to bring it up with the Parliamentary Secretary for Housing, Rolly Russell. And that was the fact that while many efforts were made in this housing package, only an additional 240 complex care beds are being added province-wide, and they're only being added in 12 communities. And not surprisingly, those are 12 large communities, and the only one that's on Vancouver Island is about 3 hours drive from where we live. And I just let him know that this is hard work, and I'm sure those communities will appreciate it. But that 240 beds for a province of 4.5 million, with the crisis we're seeing on streets all over the province, that is not a provincial strategy. It's not even the beginning of a provincial strategy. He took that advice on board, and I know we'll have a chance to talk to Minister Kahlon in the coming days. But while there were many positive steps in that strategy and many encouraging discussions and interactions we all had at the conference, I think that was something which landed pretty heavily as a stunning disappointment for the least, the most vulnerable members of our community. And I think I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and for your advocacy there. It's much appreciated. Councillor Frisch.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As many of you will know, that I've been away from council for the last 3 months, dealing with a personal issue that has obviously become very public. And I've reached out to the community to make a public announcement, but coming back today to work with you for the first time, I wanted to extend this further statement and apology. So if you don't mind, I'll just read it out. Dear Mayor and Council and colleagues, I'm writing this to express my deep remorse for my actions that have caused hurt and disappointment among those I admire and respect. I'm truly sorry for the pain and frustration that my conduct has caused. I want to be transparent and acknowledge that I have made mistakes. As a proud person, it has been difficult for me to accept that I've been disliked, feared, and misunderstood. I understand that I have failed to live up to the standards many expect of a councillor, and I regret that deeply. I want to assure you that I'm committed to making amends and moving forward in a positive direction. I know that I have a lot of work to do, and I'm willing to do what it takes to regain your trust and confidence. I recognize that the road ahead will be challenging and emotions will continue to be mixed. However, I'm eager to get to work and focused on the shared vision we have for our community. I believe that I can still contribute to the betterment of our city and represent the interests of the community that elected us. I'm grateful for the hope that this council's focus on positive change has given me, and I am committed to staying focused on moving big ideas. I believe that we can achieve great things for our community if we work together. I understand that it may take time for me to regain your trust, and I'm willing to be patient. I hope that you can accept me again at the council table and work with me to achieve our shared goals. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and I look forward to the opportunity to discuss these matters with you further. That's all, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I feel obliged to respond briefly to Councillor Frisch's comments. And the reason for that is that there are many people in the community who have criticized council for not commenting on this situation. I can assure the citizens of the community that council will comment on this situation at the appropriate time, which is not today. Having said that, I want to acknowledge that there has been a number of contacts I've had in the recent weeks with local business and people in our community who are impacted by the absolutely deplorable conditions of many people who are living without proper housing, income support, food and shelter on our streets. And sadly, we don't see an end to that situation, despite all that we have tried to do to provide some sort of response. part of the side effect of that is the impact on our business community and people living adjacent to our downtown area. And of course, there's a huge amount of concern about the viability of our downtown, which we all want to see thrive and prosper and be a safe and welcoming place for everyone. Unfortunately, some of the people in the business community have the impression that we don't care about their concerns. And I think part of the reason for that is that in some ways it's difficult to have dialogue about this without feeling that you're somehow betraying the interests of vulnerable people if you stick up for downtown business or vice versa. And I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that it's totally unacceptable and distressing to all of us, as I said, that there are so many people without housing. It's also unacceptable and distressing that there are impacts on our community. And I want to make it really clear that as a council, both individually and collectively and through our staff, we're doing absolutely everything that we can to lobby the province, to work with our community agencies, to engage with the police, to engage with our business sector and our citizens to find solutions. And we will continue to do that. And we want to see, as I said, our downtown and our entire community thrive and be a safe and welcoming place for everyone. And I think it's really important that we're on the record that is a number one priority for all of us at this table. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian, for articulating that message very well, and for all of Council's work on this work. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just really want to share my acknowledgement to Councillor Hillian for highlighting all the work that we've been doing and the difficulty of trying to represent so many different complex issues. And one of the things that I was able to do over the last 2 weeks was attend the housing summit with the mayor and Councillor Cole Hamilton, and we got to hear the province's perspective of their actions that they're going to be undertaking to address everything from market value home housing in the communities across British Columbia to homelessness services. And so really excited to take some of those pieces away and work with staff to see, and with council to see what we can do in addition to what we've already been doing. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, in the last few weeks, I also attended a conference in Victoria for the Municipal Finance Authority. And for those who don't know, the Municipal Finance Authority organizes basically all the borrowing for all local governments in British Columbia. Although short-term borrowing, I guess, can happen through a bank, but generally that's where municipalities access debt. And additionally, they provide investment services as well for local government. And so at this annual, or it was a conference and the annual general meeting, I put my name forward to be one of the 10 trustees for the province, which has a more active role in the governance of the Municipal Finance Authority and looks at new investment initiatives in their policy and more the operational side when it comes to accessing debt on the bond market. There was a few, completely lost my train of thought there. There's, I guess, two pieces of news to share from that. One is that the AAA rating of the Municipal Finance Authority was maintained, which actually allows local government to access debt at even a better rate than many provinces. The mechanism for which they're able to do that is quite interesting, but I'll spare you all the details. But if anyone is interested, I'm happy to explain. And the other bit of news is that last year they launched a new way for municipalities to access better returns on investments by allowing for a more diversified investment portfolio that isn't strictly tied to like GICs and bonds, and that there's an ability to participate in what's called a multi-diversified asset class fund, which participates in the stock market as well. And that fund was considered like a carbon light fund. I think it was 94% non-carbon related investment stocks, but they did announce that there will be another fund launched later this year that's similar in its composition, but will be a certified fossil fuel free fund, which is good news for us as we have that as one of our objectives with our investment policy at the city. And I also just wanted to circle back to how great it is that there is still a AAA credit rating at the MFA. That higher credit rating, even though it's a very small fraction on how much we pay for debt on $25 million worth of debt, which is a pretty typical amount of debt for a municipality of our size to hold. It's $125,000 of savings per year in interest and fees. So that's actually a few percentage points of taxation. So it is quite significant. And BC is really the only province that has a system like this. So we're quite fortunate to have it. Other provinces, the municipalities actually just have to go to banks and see what kind of rate they can get. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll stop talking.
Piece of news from that.
Oh, I did say that that was at the beginning.
Fantastic. Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and really appreciate your work there, and congratulations. Really appreciate it. Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot to report. I haven't been quite as busy in the last couple of weeks as I did take a short vacation. Interestingly, we talk about how we every area is experiencing housing crisis and more people are unhoused and on the streets. And that's certainly, when you travel, you see that everywhere as well. And I found myself emptying out my fridge at the end of the stay, and my husband passed it out to people who were camped out on the street, and they were super appreciative. And it made me think about all the amazing services that we have here locally. And I just wanted to do a shout out to one of them, Sunday Station. I saw on their social media page that they served over 60 meals to people on Easter weekend. And the meals sounded amazing, like they were like a 10-course meal basically. But I also wanted to note the many businesses that support those organizations. I don't have the list in front of me, but there were certainly donations of food made to Sunday Station. And I think that's the difficult thing about the crisis that we're facing, is that we know that our business community steps up and they provide donations of all kinds of things to help people in bad circumstances, and then they're also feeling the impacts of the crisis on their businesses. So I just wanted to acknowledge all the people who are working at a community level to help folks who are vulnerable, the nonprofits as well as the businesses that do contribute food and other items to help people out. I was even thinking about the menstrual products from the earlier presentation, because I know that there are agencies that have cupboards full of menstrual products that have been donated by businesses to provide to women who are on the street, who really are hugely in dire straits when it comes to not having access. So I just wanted to provide that one shout out. There's certainly many other organizations that are doing great work, but that one really struck me. Over 60 meals, a lot of people cooking food on Easter weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran. And yeah, I'll maybe start by the just a couple brief things about the UBCM Summit on housing last week. And again, I want to thank Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur, who are also at that conference and very active. My goal was to meet with either Minister Ravi Kahlon or our Premier David Eby individually, and I was actually able to do both. So I was not expecting that to have a brief yet very specific and focused conversation. And I think one of the things that was pervasive through that whole conference, certainly a feeling of hope, and that's why we're there to learn and find best practices, but really some frustration and that feeling that a lot of these challenges really have been downloaded in terms of more cost to municipalities and to Councillor Hilling's point to local businesses and residents as well in terms of actual costs and just that feeling of distress when you see somebody else who's distressed in front of you. So I really want to thank UBCM for that. It was a great event. We also had spring break in there, which is so we had a longer period of time since our last council meeting. There was a Campanola dinner and lecture, which was again a great event, and just want to thank them for putting this on annually, and really appreciated it. There was the Freemason Harem local group that had their 130-year anniversary as well as their 100-year anniversary at their current location. I also attended a BC CDC workshop on overdose, and I believe Councillor Cole Hamilton attended that as well, and really informative workshop from nurses and people on the front lines around addictions and overdose, and highly recommend it if anybody has the ability to do that. There was the Feral Corridor meeting between Cumberland and Courtenay that we had. And then finally, today we had volunteer flag raising, and I just want to take a moment again to echo Councillor McCollum's words at the beginning of our council meeting to just thank the volunteers that really help our community, whether it's, as Councillor Moran was saying, helping those who are most in need, are really just doing the thing that they love to make our community a better place. And with that, we'll move on to council resolutions. Oh, and it's me. Councillor Hilling, thanks very much for taking this on for me.
Thanks, Mayor. This is a motion that you gave notice of last meeting, and I'll move that whereas the Downtown Courtenay Business Improvement Association has raised a variety of safety concerns, and whereas the RCMP community police model has been implemented in other municipalities to benefit the community, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to work with the RCMP and the DCBIA to explore the option of a downtown community safety office for the use of community partners, including the RCMP and the City of Courtenay Bylaw Division, and report back to council.
All right, been moved in second. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I would. Yes, Mr. Mayor. So this is something that we've had some discussion about over a couple of years. I don't know the economics of it, but I do know that there are numerous citizens in our community who would be happy to help out with something like this on a volunteer basis. And I know that some people will be concerned that we're looking at harassing people on the street. That's certainly not the intent, but I think that having some sort of a helpful and authoritative presence downtown can help to increase the sense of safety that some people are finding a bit of a challenge right now. And it's a sad fact that even if the vast majority of people are safe in our community, it doesn't take more than an incident or two to unsettle people. And so if this is something that we can do that can help create a more responsive policing approach and a community policing approach that includes building relationships with people in the neighborhood and on the streets. I think it's worth exploring. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think we're collectively realizing that we need new strategies and coming at these issues that our downtown is facing from various directions and trying to figure out solutions that will work and help improve the situation. So I appreciate that. I think there's a track record of successes in other communities when it comes to community policing. But I just want to also express that I do have some concerns around it. And I think that we could probably have that better addressed through as we explore this option. But for one, because it's a shared service, or the RCMP is a shared service, I do have a concern that we could invest a lot of city resources into providing this space and then hear criticism that it's not being used. And also there's the challenge of paying a RCMP member to then staff it, or maybe it wouldn't be a police officer, but an administrator. But if it's spreading resources to provide the optics of having more of a police presence without actually having a greater availability, that really it could end up that we're putting resources into a solution that's not delivering what we need it to. So I just want to, express those reservations, although I'm happy to support the motion. And I do think it's an idea worth exploring. I think the devil's in the details. Thanks.
Absolutely. Appreciate those comments, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Looking quick. Thank you, Mayor. And really happy to see this. As council remembers, I was curious about us exploring this a few months ago, and I'm happy to hear that it's something that came out of our time together with our downtown businesses as a means to try to support the merchants and the business owners, but also the community members who come to our downtown to shop and to recreate and to enjoy food. I've had the pleasure of being a part of the development of another downtown community safety office not too far from here, and seeing the benefit of this being something that is both supported people who come downtown and people that work downtown, but also those who live in our downtown core, including those who are unhoused. And so I'm really happy to support this. A few, specifics similar to Councillor McCollum. I do get curious around the numbers when it comes to whether or not this is an increase in service or if it's simply a relocation of existing services. So I guess that would come out of the staff report. I would also be curious to see if we can have it as a pilot project rather than committing to a permanent lease or a permanent location. And then the component that I'd really like to highlight for the members of the public, which is I think been key for other communities, Campbell River, Port Alberni, is the inclusion of community partners within the facility. As really, we know that a lot of the issues experienced downtown are social issues and health issues. And so wanting to ensure that this is also a place for professionals with those skill sets that can support individuals in our downtown core that have those specific needs. And the last thing I'll add here too is if it would be possible for staff to also include in their analysis the inclusion of a public accessible washroom. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much for those comments. Appreciate it. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also think this is something we need to explore, and I think it may well be a productive use of the limited resources we have. Obviously, police protection is expensive, as we'll be discussing just a little bit later in the meeting, and I think I think would likely be most successful if it leverages significant community involvement. And when I was in Vancouver last week for the conference, while walking down Davie Street, I walked past the Cole Harbour Community Police Station. And it was just interesting to note what a collaboration of organizations helped to underwrite that. It's not just the city of Vancouver paying for their police, and that's the I think if one can, this particular one I'm just looking at was also received support from ICBC in the province of British Columbia, from the West End BIA, and even from a housing organization, the Columbia Place Apartments. So you've got public, you've got several different types. You have private, and I think that when our staff look at the economics, I think we'll want to consider all possibilities. There's also, like I know from having stopped and looked in their window for some time, there's a strong degree of volunteerism that was keeping that station going. So it's not always a uniformed officer sitting there and not being available to be somewhere else. So anyway, devil is in the details, but I think it'll be an interesting thing to explore. So thanks for bringing it to the table.
Excellent. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to add, following up on some of the other speakers' comments. I had the opportunity to attend the Columbia Institute conference a couple of weeks ago and met people from the Canadian Mental Health Association who are organizing the PACT program, which is peer assisted care teams that are functioning with provincial government support in New Westminster, North Vancouver, and now Victoria. And three more communities are going to be chosen for that program in the coming year. And along with Councillor Morin, I've reached out to the individuals involved and looped our staff in to set up a meeting to discuss the possibility that Courtney could receive one of these teams. And that to me is a possibility for some type of co-located community safety office in our downtown. So I wanted to share that with council. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Mr. Corbett.
Thank you through Mayor to Council. My apologies. I didn't know Councillor Hillian was going to talk to a separate matter. I just would note we've been working with council. We have a draft. The strategic plan is in a draft form. You'll be receiving it on the 26th of April for consideration. There is items related to public safety in there. And so this was this idea of a community policing, community safety office is a new item that was brought forward following some public and community discussions, and Inspector Kervers had raised possibilities. So I would say that this is, of course, a great initiative. It will take coordination, timing, some amount of money, and so we'll do our very best to work through this. And I think this is a great discussion, but it is not just a turn of the screw or flick of the switch. So there is some work to do that. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. And yeah, I think it's open to all the partnerships, and we do have the added benefit of being able to look at other communities, find those best practices and what's worked well, especially for what our needs are here. So with that, we've talked about it longer than I had anticipated, but it's been great conversations. I really appreciate the feedback. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And we're on to Comox Valley Ground Search and Rescue, who presented a short while ago, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that council direct staff to prepare a brief report on options to address the Comox Valley Ground Search and Rescue's requests to be recognized as first responders and for land to build a permanent search and rescue facility. And just speaking briefly to this, Mayor, I know that staff aren't necessarily going to be able to give us an answer on a piece of land, but I think it's important that that we at least explore the possibilities and provide the search and rescue people with what we can. I think this is an organization that's really worthy of our support in the community, and whether or not we can do this ideally in cooperation with the other local governments in the valley, I think it's certainly an issue whose time has come. Thank you.
That's much appreciated. And I have actually just today met with the other local leaders and to discuss this. So those discussions are happening. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm of course supportive of council and city staff continuing to support their initiative to find a suitable land for their building. And I'm happy to support getting a report on how we can recognize our ground search and rescue as first responders. I am slightly unclear about what we're asking for, if it's going to be a single report that will address the first item around the first responders. And in that report, are we asking for, in the same report, for land to build a permanent search and rescue facility? Because I think it might be better to have these addressed separately. And then speaking to the land piece, sorry, I'm going to go on for a second.
Okay, keep going.
I would suggest that we address this more along the lines of to collaborate with CVRD staff to identify suitable land for the search and rescue facility. We are already participating in that service collectively as a community. So I think while the city may be able to locate a parcel of land within city limits, I do think that that needs to be really in conjunction with the service that exists, because that's, to me, the most logical way that we would be able to support that land acquisition. So if it suits council, maybe we could split this into two separate motions. Yeah, what's that?
Well, I was going to say,
Yeah.
Mr. Garbutt thinks that that's necessary, or if it's sort of inferred that it's two reports, or.
We have the councillor bringing forward the resolution, so let Councillor Elaine speak.
Councillor Hanley.
Mayor, the key word in the report, in the recommendation is options.
Yeah.
So in fact, what we're asking staff to do is provide the search and rescue people and ourselves with options, both for the first issue that they asked about and for the second. And I don't see any need to complicate things by asking for two reports, or I mean, I appreciate everything that Councillor McCollum's saying about collaboration and such, and trust fully that our staff will look into that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. The options, the way I read this is, yeah, it doesn't relate to the land as well, or yeah, maybe I'm misinterpreting that, but to me, it is a little bit confusing that it's more directive around the land piece. That, yeah, I don't know, that we're maybe over promising that. Okay, that's fine with me. I think staff could probably take that away.
All right, I'm getting nods and a light. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through Mayor to Council, pretty clear discussion. The request from search and rescue was for a piece of city land. I can come back, staff can come back with an option related to that, and we can do some research on the request related to the term first responders. And I've spoken to Chief McDonald about that. Thank you. Through the Mayor to Councillor McCollum, yes, we can do that. I would anticipate additional work, and I appreciate the acknowledgement that at the regional level, this regional search and rescue service, that may very well be the best way to deal with that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'm also in support of hearing more on this topic and supporting the Comox Valley Ground Search and Rescue. Although I did have the initial response of, is this something really Courtney wants to take on its own? And so I would support that thought of looking to find partnerships and providing land for this organization, and not so much in support of shouldering it on our own regardless. So That's really all, and look forward to the report from staff. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fish. With that, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we're into notice of motions, and we'll start with Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Okay, I'm going to be reading for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
This is the wording required by FCM. So whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. And whereas FCM's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual general meeting will be held in conjunction with the annual conference and trade show, May 25th to 28th, 2023. Mark your calendars, followed by the election of FCM's board of directors. And whereas the UBCM FCM Small Communities Travel Fund covers airfare, hotel accommodation, and ground transportation expenses related to attending FCM board meetings and standing committee meetings. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Courtenay endorse Councillor Will Cole Hamilton to stand for election on FCM's board of directors for the period starting in May 2023 and ending June 2024. And be it further resolved, the city assume all costs associated with Councillor Will Cole Hamilton attending FCM's board of director meetings that are not covered by the UBCM FCM Small Communities Travel Fund.
And it's been seconded. All right. Any questions? Oh, yeah, it's notice motion.
Yeah,
Never mind.
I'll take a second anyway.
Yeah, you gotta take a breath for your next one. Yeah. I was gonna say, there's like 5 whereas but
It seems that the powers that be at FCM have a different view of the number of whereases than Councillor Hilly, and I will. I just had to go with the standard format required by them. So this will be coming to our next meeting.
Yeah.
I currently serve as a committee member on FCM, which is also covered by the Small Communities Travel Fund. So it's not a substantial contribution financially by the city of Courtenay. And in the upcoming election, I plan to stand for the board of directors. So it's largely a housekeeping matter that covers that.
thanks very much for that.
Yeah.
And then the next one's yours as well.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the one he was hoping just the last 2.
Oh, okay.
Therefore, yeah.
Sure. We can just skip to therefores. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of Courtenay joins the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in calling on the federal government to commit to ensuring that local governments are meaningfully consulted, fully informed, and at the table on issues relating to policing costs, given the municipal role in keeping our communities safe. And be it further resolved, the city of Courtenay convey this support in writing to our Member of Parliament, Gord Johns, Minister of Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And it's also a notice of motion, so we will be able to discuss it at length in the following meeting. Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much, Councillor Cole Hamilton, for the expedited version, and we'll look forward to the full version at the next council meeting. I'm just going to pull council right now because we're going to be getting into a longer part of our meeting. So we may want to take a brief recess to grab dinner, and then we can recharge your batteries and come back and finish our meeting. All right. I'll say 15. All right, thanks everybody for sticking with us, and we're going to keep moving on through our agenda. Moving on into bylaws 11.1 for first, second, and third readings. We have the 2023 to 2027 consolidated financial plan bylaw 3096 2023, and I'll pass it over to our director of finance, or to Mr. Garbett. Or I'll pass it over to our Director of Finance, Adam Aymar. So yeah, just push the fancy button there and I will get it going. And over to you, Adam.
Wonderful. Hello. Nice to be here. We're going to hear a lot of next slides through the next 80 slides. So let's get this ball rolling. We're here to talk about the general operating budget and the capital budget. If you remember way back on February 8th, we presented the water fund and sewer fund capital and operating budgets. Those are all consolidated into the financial plan bylaw in front of you. At times, you'll see we'll be kind of moving back and forth between operating by department and then getting into the capital. We have a wonderful report there that supports a lot of the information within this presentation. But the presentation is really when the directors get to say their 2 cents about what is happening. Next slide. We'll get ourselves started off with external cost drivers, a big old expense overview for the operating fund, what the new positions are coming for 2023 and 24, and then get into the departmental presentations. Next slide. With that, the whole entire budgeting or financial planning process, you'll hear me use those terms interchangeably. I like saying budget because it's easier than saying 5-year financial plan. However, they're both in and the same. We align this financial plan with council's strategic objectives that we have before us. You'll notice in my report I reference that this is kind of a transitionary financial plan, as you know, we have a new council and we have a new strategic plan coming out. And over the next 4 years of that, we really get to build those two together. So there may be items that you didn't see in this year's financial plan, but there'll be time over the next period to bring those directly in. Bringing us to, next slide. Bringing us to divisions, we have corporate services, financial services, public works over there, fire, development services, engineering, recreation, community service, and culture and community service, and then police protection. Next slide. So items that are driving all of these areas. We have internal drivers and external. Internals are the ones we have a bit more control over or impact. QP agreement is having a 2% wage increase for 23. Wages are our single largest expense. We're really an organization that provides service. Service needs people. That's where it is. What is driving some of our other costs in wages is the rising benefit costs. We had seen that through the pandemic, there was a lot of services you couldn't access because it wasn't they weren't open. As things reopened, staff members are accessing services and the benefits providers are saying, hey, we had really big savings for the last 2 years, but now we have to catch up and recover these costs. Other big drivers are the professional fees associated with updating several of our major bylaws. Our major external cost drivers are RCMP, as discussed earlier in the meeting. Inflation, if anybody's heard about it recently, it is going up and up and up, but it seems to be mellowing out. And another one is the CPP contribution increase. Over the past, since 2018 through to 2023, the CPP contribution limit has increased from $55,000 in wages up to $65,700. So the city is now paying CPP on a bigger wage portion, and the contribution rate has also increased. So these are items that have been creeping along. You probably would have heard about them in past budgets, but now we're getting to the end of the CPP transition where we're seeing that big increase hit our wages that are the biggest cost of the city. Next slide. This nice table brings together all the general operating expenses, and we see, go down to the bottom line there, a total operating expense increase of $2.1 million, which represents about 6% change. I'd like to note that large decrease in the solid waste is due to the elimination of the ICI, industrial, commercial, and institutional stream that we're no longer servicing. Each department will get into detail of what makes up their changes from this page. Next slide. Bringing this to, what the new positions are in the 23 budget and the proposed positions for 24. So additional bylaw officer, a manager of capital projects in the engineering department, a community social development specialist. This one is to really help to give some capacity for our social issues. And then the transition over the next several years of our historically seasonal part-time workers, bring them into a full-time position. The 5-year financial plan does provide authorization for the next 5 years of spending. So what we have flowing into 24 is a supervising accountant position in finance, a training officer assistant, an additional bylaw resource, some labor relations specialist work, and again, that seasonal part-time worker coming into a full-time position. Next slide. This is the police services operational budget. I'm tagged with taking care of it because that's where it falls under my responsibility. We see police expenses are up 6%, a near $500,000 increase. The majority of that is a transition of how our non-uniformed officers have been part of the, how do I say this? They were paid through the main policing contract. Over the next several years, they're transitioning to be under the umbrella of a municipal authority. So we start paying them. It's not we're not gaining services or losing services, just changing how we're paying them. Next slide. Getting to the detail of the RCMP. So council's authorized 31.4 members. Historically, we haven't been able to fill all of them. So we actually fund 29.4. So we see savings of about $440,000 by doing that single change. In the event that miraculously we can fulfill all of those positions, we do have reserve funds set aside to pay in the event that we have everybody show up or everybody available to work. I shouldn't say show up because they would probably like to show up if they could. Our cost per member is $220,000 for 2023. And we have a number of different methods of funding our overall RCMP costs. We take 2 member costs from gaming funds. This is consistent with prior years. We take our traffic fine revenue, put it right towards RCMP costs, and we use prior year surplus because even though we're funding 29.4 positions, we've been below that at times. So instead of taxing again to fill that position, we're going to lean on the prior year surplus where we saw savings to help bring down that tax increase for the current year. And finally, there's $6.4 million of taxation that flows into funding the RCMP for 23. And we're going over to Kyle in Public Works. Oh, next slide. My mistake.
Thank you, Adam. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carl Shaw. I'm the Director of Public Works Services, and I'll be walking us through the operational budget for Public Works. Public Works Services is broken down into 5 divisions, and those divisions are responsible for the operation and maintenance of the city's water distribution system, sewer collection, stormwater conveyance systems, solid waste collection services, civic properties or facilities, parks and natural assets, transportation, fleet, and asset management planning. Activities include such things as reactive maintenance, emergent response and repair, preventative maintenance, infrastructure modifications, including capital projects, and development related infrastructure improvements or installations. Next slide. Some key highlights here, the strategic priorities, 2023, which include resources for the following initiatives within the Public Works Services group. Transportation services, you'll see some traffic calming policy, as well as the implementation plan, working relationships and improvements within SD 71, working through a safe active schools program, and working in collaboration with that group to develop that and see forth an implementation process within our community. The cycling network plan, which was nice to see the Cycling Coalition here today to talk about their excitement of that plan. We're also very excited to bring forth that information in short to council for the 5-year implementation plan, which I'll speak to in the capital program as we get further down, as well as working through continuing to apply through BC Active Transportation grant applications, with Fifth Street and Lake Trail being the priorities for this year's application intake. We always seek to have 2 if possible, and those are the 2 that rise to the top. Now, we've talked to the utility services ones where we did the presentation through water and sewer, but I'll just briefly go over those as well. The Water Smart Action Plan, continue to update that plan and bring forward some of the outcomes and impacts that has had since its implementation in 2019. And obviously, we're working quite successfully through the solid waste collection service and the implementation of organic diversion with a forthcoming automated collection in 2024. The water sewer rate review, the structure development is well underway and coming through who's finality here in the next few months. In our parks maintenance division, working collaboratively with the regional district and the regional partners through parks strategies. And through our civic properties group with accessibility improvements and audits as we work with our hopefully to come regional collaborative partnership with the accessibilities committee, looking to seek understanding of expectations and drive projects for that in the future. Next slide. So Public Works Services overview in a nutshell of the piece of the pie there that Adam had spoke to. Public Works makes up for just over $10 million worth of the operating budget, and it's really broken down departmentally. It comes out to a roughly 8% increase year over year, relatively speaking. And as Adam alluded to, a majority of that is a result of wages, wages being a large part of our work group. We peak out through the summer months at 80 staff, sees from a full-time perspective, we're just over 60 year over year. So 260,000 of that was reflected in inflation, and 467 is a result of service level impacts or carried forward items. Next slide. Public Works Administration overview. This budget area really covers off our clerical support area, all the inner workings of our Public Works office, including the administrative. As you can see how it's articulated there through the line items, and the majority of the funding is for those support services, those frontline workers, those individuals that are taking those calls, creating calls for service for all the works and services that Public Works provides, as well as some of our return to work programs and meetings and other associated areas. Next slide. Public Works Services fleet general operations. This includes yard operations. The total budget here is about $1.2 million, showing a 7% increase year over year in this particular area. Again, majority of the funding there is associated to increase funding for staff, as well as in our fleet services for our materials and equipment. We spoke to the procurement, and hopefully the sliding scale and the procurement for materials and goods and services will start to equalize as we go forward. It's our hope, and fuel costs are inclusive within that. There's an increase in urban issues to 144K, which is a 70,000 increase over last year. That's a realized number based on actuals spent. Council will recall report to council to understand the cost implications for maintaining that service in perpetuity, and offsetting those costs with other service delivery model reductions within the Public Works area. And so now this is a reflection of those true costs for carry forward into 2023 to provide that supportive services in collaboration with our bylaw services group. Special events, you'll note in that area as well, and that's in support of our downtown core. Our business partners are a very important part. They have played a big role in our community feel, and that's the supportive effort for those particular areas, including traffic control and cleanup for events of that nature. And you notice a reduction of a fairly good sized reduction of 32,000 in the small tools equipment budget. And that's just moving, it's an internal transfer of funds out of the public works entity under the administration portion and attributing those funds more representatively within the divisions that are using the funds. This particular transition would see this money move to the transportation group. Next slide. Transportation services, the roll up on the transportation group is about 4.1 million. You'll see that's just a 10% year-over-year increase. Road infrastructure operations is a large piece of the work that are happening in that particular area. Snow clearing is another one that we'll see increase. We're using a 5-year rolling average relative to expenditure to quantify and justify the amounts that you're seeing in the budget. It's been a quite heavy past few years in terms of snow and ice control, and that's reflective within that net increase. But we feel comfortable utilizing that rolling average because every other year could be something different. We want to be fairly representative of what the expenditure expectation is. Street decor, the variance amount in there, you'll see that one looks like it's quite heavy. That's actually a carry forward from an underspend of last year through some procurement delays. We weren't able to receive the materials that were ordered for the decor renewal until the new year, which is, so that was a carry forward item that we're seeing now reflected within the 2023 budget. And some increase in traffic studies, service level demands to help with the traffic calming policy development and working within the community to understand where the implementation of some of the studies that we've done in the past may be suited in terms of implementation in the future. And when I say that specifically to speed reduction strategies in Crown Isle. The information from those reports will be coming back and we'll be looking at implementation strategies throughout other parts of our community in terms of betterment. You'll see flood prevention response in there. It's really a placeholder line item. You'll see that come forward in storm operations, more so in terms of aqua dam deployment. This one's really a placeholder in terms of whether or not there's a provincial activation. And that's why that one's represented there. Next slide. Stormwater collection, as I alluded to, flood protection is here. That is our commitment on an annual basis for the aqua dam deployment and our sandbag collection works, and throughout the king tide events in over the winter and typically through the Christmas season, you'll see that the deployment of that asset. I'll point out that the stormwater collection budget is a shared budget between transportation and utilities, and we really separate that through linear infrastructure or piped in infrastructure for the utilities group and above ground or overland drainage and open ditches for the transportation group. So it's a shared entity. It's why we separate it out, and they work collaboratively together to support those assets and the renewal of those particular items. When I say renewal, you'll see an increase in catch basins, and that's a result of deficiencies that have been identified through our inspection programs. Next slide.
If you're comfortable taking the question, I see a big smile there. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
That was a good smile. Just with storm administration, you're saying that's primarily the aqua dam, and there was a fair size decrease between 22 and 23. Is that just anticipated weather conditions, or I'm just curious?
Yeah, no, great question. Sorry for that. Flood protection is actually the last line item. If you go back one slide, please. The aqua dam flood protection, the administration is really just a reflection of adjustment in funds relative to the administration of the storm. The storm entity in itself is kind of housed, like I said, in two groups. And so that's just the facilitated outcome of that reassignment of those work tasks. So there isn't a necessity to have an oversight in terms of administrative charge relative to stormwater. Guess I'm open for questions as we go through if anybody has any. Parks maintenance budget, total operating expense for the park maintenance is about $3.4 million. Parks is separated into 4 operational divisions, being turf group, horticulture, utilities, which is our irrigation control, and arboriculture. And these activities and expenditures fall within each of those divisions. So not necessarily articulated in that aspect here in the budget format. But the reality is that's where the expenditures are happening in terms of divisional priority. At neighborhood parks, we'll see that there's an increase in neighborhood parks, and that's as a result of 2 net new inventory assets. The Sheffield Park was gifted to us through development, and so that one's now in our books, and in terms of maintenance requirements is there. And the 4th Street Parklet, which was a fun project, but now resides in our operational budget in terms of maintenance obligations and perpetuity. So we'll see an increase there. There's also within that particular line item a $30,000 one-time spend. So it's an operational bump for one time. We won't see that reflective in 2024, but it's for the environmental management plan for the Malcolm Morrison Senior Park. So that will come out of the operational budget. Fortunately, through grant application, there wasn't a successful outcome there, but we'll continue to move that forward based on the outcome of the investigation and the forthcoming environmental management strategy. Site remediation, you'll see that that particular line item has been reduced. Historically speaking, the money or increase that you would have seen happens to roughly 2019 year over year was a result of the otherwise unarticulated service expectation from urban issues. Now that it's been defined as its own service level, we've been able to bring that operational expenditure back down to what we would have normally seen it back to its 2019 rates, and we'll let this carry that one forward as it's needed. And green space buffers, trail maintenance and removal, you'll see there's an increase in there just in terms of maintaining our natural assets and ensuring that they're appropriate for safeguarding our public as they work through those particular areas. As you can see depicted in one of those pictures there, tree fall and tree failures as those assets age. I'm going to be mindful in terms of how we're managing and mitigating those risks in perpetuity. Next slide. Civic properties maintenance. The total operating expense for the civic property maintenance division is $1.7 million. I'll offer that this operational fund is broken down over roughly 35 assets. So it's not 100% representative in here. In each one of those rec, culture, community service, parks, fire hall, there's a multitude of assets that fall within that, and the cumulative total is about 35. So there's a lot that goes into the work with that particular group. Not a significant increase in any one particular area. We'll talk about some of the capital items that are impacting those works and services areas, but much of the projects and the budget impacts are related to increases in contract services as the renewals come forward, and procurement of materials. And again, spoke to that earlier. We're hoping that that streamlines over the course of this year and next as the markets tend to rebound towards those demands. But realistically, that's what's driving much of the expense in those areas. Next slide. The final slide here for Public Works Services is the Asset Management and Technical Services Group. The total operating expense of just under $450,000 per year. A relatively small group, impactful group, very important group within the Public Works Services Group in terms of asset acquisition and data information provided to the group from a technical expertise perspective. But really the gist of the budget here for this group is condition assessments, and we do that mindfully on a 5-year rolling calendar for much of our linear and vertical assets, and we pick away at particular ones in terms of updates to support the ongoing operations and then feed into the capital portfolio in terms of reactive or expedited renewal for those assets. And so this year's focus for that group is our roads and sidewalks, and we'll see an update of the asset review for all of our road services, so we can update our GIS map to be reflective of what our road surfaces are, as well as our sidewalks to look at our trip and fall hazards that might exist and remediate those where possible, as well as we pick a few of the vertical assets to do review this year. Top of the list is Tarling Park and St. Andrew's Church from an asset condition perspective from our vertical, as well as our creek crossings and our culverts. We'll do those periodically throughout the course of that time. And the focus of the last few years has really been down the Rotary Trail corridor, and you'll see the renewal of much of the assets within that corridor as a result of those inspections. And you'll we'll be talking about that one as we get to the capital portfolio as well. We talk about the renewal of a bridge structure just on the 31st Street and into the estuary there. I'll offer that. So through the budget preparation, there's a point of streamline with respect to the asset management group. I think historically you'll see the budget for that group ebb and flow relative to their operational demand, whereby what we tried to do is create a stable, fundable, and reliable exodus of works for this particular group that is achievable on any one given year. So we're not seeing the up and down. I think historically we would have seen the budget go quite high, quite low, just based on that. We tried to equalize that over a course of several years, and then also create identity within the water and sewer budget relative to asset management for the water model, the sewer model, and the forthcoming IRMP in terms of stormwater management. So those reviews then reside within those utilities in terms of functional and funding, but the works and services still remain within the asset management group. That wraps it up for Public Works Services operating.
Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick questions, Kyle. For people who I've been telling, we won't know till the budget comes out. I just wanted to confirm, Malcolm Morrison, we didn't get the grant, but there's $50,000 for a study to figure out what we need to do there.
Correct, we didn't get the grant. There's $30,000, not so much for the study, but for the actionable items that I've identified within the original study. So there's some groundwater wells that we want to reinitiate and understand in terms of water complexity and groundwater impact, as well as hazard abatement within the park asset itself. So looking at some of the trees, looking at some of the materials that are actually in the park that we want to remediate, remove where practicable and appropriate within the funding allotment.
So it's more coming up with a detail about the work to be done as opposed to actually doing the work.
No, it's more about identifying the works that could be done based on a priority basis relative to risk. So actually working within the park itself.
And Mr. Garbage just wants to make a comment.
If I may, through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, the focus, we are trying to get grant funds to do the extent of all the works required to, make it more park-like. The $30,000 that we've budgeted will address our immediate risk management issues. And we acknowledge that aesthetics and general experience within that park, that's what we're hoping to get brownfield funding to do. We're continuing to explore opportunities in that regard. It is quite costly. And from the city's risk management perspective, we need to address the imminent risk issues that have been identified through that study. But we are aware that council has had, and the surrounding neighborhood have expressed a concern, and we'll do our very best on that. But this is a legacy. Unfortunately, it's a long legacy of past practice in that area. And we just find ourselves in that situation.
Thanks. Second item, you talked about traffic calming, and I know we'll hear more about that. People were quite pleased to see the traffic calming measures up on, I think it was 3rd Street, which we had the delegation about last year. Except the person who lives on Cousins, who drove down there and said, well, if they're getting that, why can't we get it? I know Cousins, the main work isn't going to happen for probably a year or two, but is there any possibility that you've got money in the budget for some of that traffic calming there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I know that our engineering department is going to be working on a design, and I know that we'll be included within the review of that design, and that there's an interesting interface between the commercial core and the residential. So I'm intimately aware of the aspects of which you're speaking. In terms of implementation and traffic calming, we're hoping to see the traffic calming policy define those particular areas, and then the outcome of which staff would enact based on that. But in terms of signage, if there's a fairly low impact area requirement that is going to have impact, obviously operationally, we'd like to look at those.
Well, even putting it on the list for a speed reader for a couple of weeks here and there would, I think, be a huge symbol. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and back to you.
Pass it on to Susie. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Susie Saunders, Director of Recreation, Culture and Community Services, here to present the operating budget for our department. Also want to acknowledge that we have Joy Chan and Kathy Collins and Carol Miller online who did all the work behind this budget, as I wasn't here last year. So just want to acknowledge that, and also here to help answer any questions if I'm not able to. So Recreation, Culture and Community Services, we provide the recreation, leisure, special events, cultural opportunities, and community services across our city. We're broken into three, I would say 4 departments. One is programming. So that covers all the programming we do for all ages, from fitness and wellness, arts and leisure, our youth services, including the Link, our outdoor pool, children, preschool, our adapted programs, and then of course our recreation access and new LEAP program. Facility operations covers our custodial and our reception teams, as well as our facilities at the Florence Filberg, Native Sons, all of our community halls, our field houses. They do our park bookings, our sport field bookings, our special events, and then our liaison with the Evergreen Club. And our business administration team really takes care of all of our long range planning for parks, recreation, culture, and currently community services. They're also our cultural liaison with all of our cultural partners and managing those facility agreements. They also take care of our student bursary program, our street entertainment program, and other strategic projects that come up throughout the year. You'll notice that there isn't a community services department, and that's one of the big, obviously, proposals in the operating budget is to add some staff to community services. And that's currently, I think, what, the piece that's missing currently in terms of having some staffing allocation and resources. Next slide, please. And so looking at our 2023 budget, we have a few significant carry forward items, again, just due to capacity, some things we weren't able to fully complete last year, and also recognizing that 2022 was still very much a year of COVID for recreation. We were still in significant COVID operations until midway through the year last year. And so, of course, that was our priority. In terms of priorities for 2023, the strategic cultural plan is underway. We'll see engagement and public announcement about that plan start in May as we engage with our partners and start to engage with the public. The contract was awarded in 2022, so the work is well underway and we expect it to complete at the end of this year. The social and community development framework, that's a operating carry forward from last year. And that's work that the community development specialist position will help lead. So having that staff allocation in place will actually help us facilitate that key piece of work that the council identified as a priority last year. We have a couple of smaller carry forward items, completing our Parks and Rec Master Plan implementation plan, our fees and charges implementation work. And then we also have funding that we've provided, we're proposing providing to our cultural service providers around strategic planning. So that's $10,000, $2,500 to each of our cultural partners to help them with strategic planning. And then some funding where we're the fiscal host around the Plan H equity policy workshops. This is where we're providing funding through a grant that we received to the Social Policy Planning Committee. Next slide, please. This slide really shows you the impact of COVID. So you can see 2019 is our operations pre-COVID. In 2020, basically everything was closed for a significant period of time. And then you can see a very slow and gradual increase through to 2022. I think it's just really important to recognize that we haven't had a quote unquote sort of typical year in recreation since 2019. That also means that our budget, as our 2022 budget was done, our 2023 budget is really based on 2019 financials, because that's our closest year to replicate revenue projections and expense projections. We haven't had a typical year in the last 3 years. 2022 we had hoped would be sort of more typical and wasn't. And so we're still relying on 2019 as kind of our benchmark. In terms of service drivers, really a continued recovery from COVID is still significant for us. I will say though, in the first 2 to 3 months of 2023, our participation numbers, our registration numbers are way ahead of 2022 for sure, but actually tracking ahead in some cases of 2019. Our wait lists, our numbers are already ahead of the entire year of 2022. So we're seeing and hearing a lot of individuals express their desire to be back engaged in our programs, our services. Rental numbers are increased as well. So I think really great news to see the community coming back into our facilities and participating. And staff are really just trying to keep up with demand at this point, to be honest. We're seeing obviously increased demand, but also changes in what folks are looking for. So our staff are adapting to new programming, new styles of programming. And significant service driver for us throughout the past couple of years is adapting and evolving in our Cozy Corner preschool. So we are continuously adding new opportunities for folks to register in preschool through expanded hours. That's a core service for many in our community. Recreation access and our LEAP program have actually been, the uptake in that has been significant. So in 2022, we had almost 600 registrations, and that's compared to 2019 when we only had 350. So a significant increase in usage of that program, which is exactly what we want to see. I think it's both due to increasing the eligibility for the program, making it easier to access, and also the financial pressures that our community is facing, more folks looking for support and being able to access our services. That said, our biggest budget drivers are in 2023 are basically wages and benefits, with then the funding that I identified earlier for our long-term planning for culture and community services, and then one staff person in community services. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
Councillor
Thanks.
Kwan.
Thanks. I was just really struck by the wellness center visits and the way they continued to decline. I think it's the only sort of slice that was continuing to decline. Drop by there every now and then. That seems well used, certainly this spring. So I was wondering, was the continued decline, did you attribute that to people changing their habits or buying a Peloton or going outdoors to exercise? Or and are we getting a strong bounce back that indicates that's maybe more temporary than it looks?
Great question. I would say that the biggest driver in that is still COVID. So we were still doing registered visits and limited capacity for much of 2022, as well as the vaccine passports were still in place, and that really reduced the number of folks accessing fitness centers. So I think this is still what you're seeing through 2022 is still a direct result of the COVID regulations and provincial health orders. Our first 2 months of 2023, we're actually at a third of the rate of what we were for 2022. So we're already way ahead of 2022 in terms of numbers, but we're not back to pre-COVID levels yet. Our hours are still a little bit limited as we're waiting for that demand to increase. But we're definitely seeing a bigger increase. We're starting to see some of that tension of having a really busy fitness center, which is great. But that's really a direct result of COVID. And, you know, for myself coming back after a year off, just a reminder of how significant the provincial health orders were in the fitness industry last year specifically. It was actually harder than 2021. So.
Okay, that's just really great to hear that this sounds like quite a spike up in the next data point. Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Susie. Yeah, the question I had was, what is the yellow bar? Because it's blocked out.
It's outdoor pool visits.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting because the wellness center really skews this graph. Most things are slightly less, and then the wellness makes it look like, you know, everything is much more reduced. But yeah, I had a question about the wellness center visits and whether or not the trend that we saw with the reduction, and it sounds like there has been a recovery, if that's similar to other, like what other communities are seeing and other wellness or exercise centers are seeing.
I'd have to do a bit more sort of reaching out to folks, but it's my understanding that our colleagues like in Comox and elsewhere are seeing the same thing and similar feedback about the provincial health orders last year having the same impact. But definitely seeing an increase across the board in just the first 2 months of this year. We're way ahead of where we should be, where we would typically be in the first 2 months of the year. As I said, our wait lists are at greater numbers than we would see in an entire year. And so we're hopeful that the year ahead brings lots of folks back, that folks are ready to sort of re-enter and re-engage. But we'll keep an eye on it for sure. And it's our first year sort of post-COVID in 3 years. So there's a lot to understand and learn about what's changed in the past few years.
Thanks for that. The other question I had, which is mostly related to the graph, is are we limited in what we can provide for program options just based on how difficult it is to get staff? I'm not sure how much your department is impacted by that, but I sure hear about it everywhere, and I imagine that could further limit what we see in terms of recovery just based on what we're able to deliver to the public in terms of program offerings.
Yes.
Wondering if you want to speak to that.
Absolutely. Definitely staff availability and our availability to hire staff and program instructors is a significant driver. We're very reliant on folks being interested in instructing programs. So far, it hasn't affected our sort of overall ability to provide programs. And we're looking in my last conversation with our managers, we're well set up for the summer with our summer staff and our pool staff, which is great and exciting to hear. Most people are in place and lots of folks returning, which is a key factor for us. Our biggest limitation in programming is space. So we do not have the space to meet the demand. And so just managing all the space allocation between all the facilities, especially around active living and fitness programs. It's a real juggling act between our groups to allocate space and find space to meet the demand, specifically in sort of the health and fitness area. One of the pieces I just add on wages and benefits is the recent announcement of the minimum wage increase does impact us. That's not included in the budget because the announcement came out after the budget. So at this point, we should be able to absorb it within our recreation budget, but it was an increase from $15.65 to $16.75 effective June 1st. There's about 30 employees in recreation that'll be impacted by that. And so we'll have to, of course, increase their wages. And we've also been adjusting the wages in our preschool to ensure that we're able to attract and retain ECE staff. That's actually our most significant risk around staffing. ECE staff are extremely difficult to recruit and and then it's really important that we retain them as long as we can.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And so maybe just as a follow-up to one of the comments that Councillor McCullen made. So really, out of the funky colors there, most of them are kind of rebounded, but it's the blue one that really is skewed. So, and there's no numbers, but just they're kind of, the other programs are kind of back to where they were. Is that?
Yes, I'm just looking to make sure. No, not quite. Okay. I would expect us to be for sure. The biggest impact was the wellness centers because we were seeing, almost 60,000 people a year, and last year we saw it 8,000. So significant. But our program registrations, last year we did 6,000. Normally we would do 12,000 in a year.
Okay.
But this year we're already at 1,500. So I think we're on track with everything else, and it'll just take a little bit longer to see that impact on the wellness center. But
fair enough. Thanks very much. Councillor Joker.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I guess the slide previously, slide 21, speaks to the carry forwards from previous strategic priorities. And I'm curious here, under the Parks Recreation Master Plan implementation plan, there's a carry forward of 5,500. And then later on in the presentation, we're talking about taking some funding from the Growing Communities Fund for the implementation plan. So I guess my question to staff is, has the implementation plan not already been included in our budget outside of any new additional funding that we've received in the last few months?
The 5,500 that's listed here is really the completion of the strategy for implementation with our consultants. And so bringing a report back to council that highlights the short, medium, and long-term priorities. And then from that plan will then identify how we spend the money that has been allocated in the capital plan for those priorities. So one is purely capital, and this is the operational money we need to actually finish the report and present it to council to receive your approval to then implement the priority listing.
Right. So just to be clear, this is to finish the plan, and the other money from growing communities is to do the work in the
Correct.
plan. Okay,
Yep.
thanks. My second question, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yep.
Is really excited to see the strategic planning grants. Maybe can you share, I mean, you spoke to what it is, but can you share maybe where this came from and what you've heard from our community partners around how this will support them?
Sure. This allocation comes from the 2019 Cultural Services Review that was done with our 4 core cultural partners. There was a number of recommendations in that review. One of them was to do a strategic cultural plan, so we're acting on that. The other one was to provide funding to the core cultural partners. So that's the Sid Williams Theatre, the museum, the gallery, and the Arts Council. To support them in their strategic planning. So this is something that has come through that that cultural services review that was done in 2019. So, yeah.
Great.
And then I believe it's recommended on I'd have to check, but on a sort of 4-year or 5-year basis that there's some funding for them to update their strategic plans.
Thank you.
All right, and I don't see any other questions at this moment in time.
Pardon me?
I don't see any other
Oh, sure.
questions from
We can go to
council
the
at this
next
moment,
slide.
so I'm gonna give it back to you.
So this is our recreation, culture, and community services operating budget. As I said, we're at this point split into 3 areas: administration, programming, and operations. Our total operating budget is 4.1 million. And again, most of the increases that you're seeing, other than a few of those strategic priorities, are really wages and benefits. We don't have a significant investment ask in sort of what I would say recreation at this time. And that's really because we're still in this recovery. And once we have a year of quote unquote normal operations or back to normal, then we'll have a better sense of what we need moving forward. Next slide, please. So our administration operating budget, the significant expense there, the 1.4 million, that's all of our salaries, as well as funding for strategic priorities like the cultural plan, the community services and our community development framework, as well as our new community services staff. The other items there, the community substance use strategy, on an annual basis, we provide $15,000 towards that work. I believe they're in phase 2 or phase 3 of that work right now. Last year was 30,000. I believe it was actually a carry forward amount that had combined together. And also a way to launch that first phase of this next piece of the community substance use strategy. And then you'll see the allocations here to our core cultural partners, the Sid Williams Theatre, the museum, the gallery, and the Arts Council. These are the funds that are identified in their operating and management agreements or their fee-for-service agreements. These amounts do not include the gaming funds that they receive in addition to this amount. Next slide, please. Our programming budget is really broken down into our different areas of programming. Our total operating budget, once you net out the revenue and the expenses, is around just over $600,000. This budget is significantly impacted by COVID. So making predictions for the year ahead, again, is still a bit difficult, and really looking at our 2019 performance as we rebound. So no significant changes with the exception of looking at our preschool programs, and where you see an increase in expenses and an increase in revenue is really around expanding our preschool offerings. In our previous years, if you were to look at our actuals are quite different. And again, that's because we were significantly reducing expenses during COVID due to staff, and then our revenue was significantly down as well. Next slide, please. And so recreation operations, this is really looking at some of the behind the scenes pieces of our operations. So as I said, custodial and reception, and then looking at our other facilities like the Philburg Native Sons, our youth services center, our special events are here, as well as some pool operations. So any rentals and facility use, specifically at Philburg and Native Sons, would be in this budget. No significant changes either in this area at this time. You'll see a little bit of funding there for washroom cleaning, and it's only reduced to reflect what we actually spent last year. The custodial team and recreation is responsible for the cleaning of all of our public washroom facilities. So our field houses, the Herbaloo, the washroom at the Randy Witchar Plaza, as well as, of course, all the washrooms in our facilities. Next slide, please. That's it for recreation. If there's any other questions.
Councilor Moore.
Thank you so much for the report. I just wanted to ask for you to clarify, mostly for people who may watch the meeting later or whatever, around the community services piece of your department, because when you look at this, it appears as though it's all absorbed, and we know that workload has, just since I've been on council, it's increased by so much. So I wanted to get a bit of a sense of where we were, maybe a few years ago to where we are now, in terms of the extra workload. And because of course your position does include all the community, liaising with all the community partners, responding to all the social services things that we've been that we have going on, and so much more. So I just wondered if you could just flesh that out a little bit in terms of speaking about that component. And I understand we do have this proposed position, but I don't think that we have maybe reflected as well the magnitude of that work within this department, and to really show that it's so much more than recreation and facilities, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm sort of figuring out how to answer that. So up until the 2023 budget, there has been no additional resources to do the work of community services. So either through my team or myself, that's been work that we have absorbed, and either has meant that other work hasn't gotten done. That's probably the best way to describe it, as we've reprioritized, or that we're not able to spend as much. I'm not able to spend as much time on recreation and culture as I normally would, because community service is a significant part that's requiring some significant support right now. And our big focus at this point is really looking at our relationship development with community organizations and service providers. We're working on the substance use strategy. The Strengthening Communities Grant is a significant piece of work, both from a coordination perspective, a relationship perspective, and also from the training. We work closely with the Coalition to End Homelessness, the Social Policy and Planning Committee. So it's a lot of committee-based work, a lot of community and relationship-based work, and really trying to connect those groups into the city and figuring out where we can support. The work of the framework, and of course we'll come back to council with that scope and to define that scope further, but really is to look at all of the incredible community service work that happens in our city and where the city of Courtenay can play the most impactful role. It's not intended to duplicate work that is already being done by service providers or other agencies or other levels of government, but rather identify where the city's role it can be the most impactful. And then to have a community staff or a staff person who can really be that liaison for our community groups, and also do some of that significant planning. And I would say beyond some of the really urgent pressing issues around, say, urban issues or homelessness or some of the mental health and addictions we're seeing, that's clearly an urgent and necessary area for us to focus on. But we also have some work to do around childcare, community youth development, seniors and isolation. And so really looking broader at community services in a way that we're not currently able to with the resources we have at this time.
All right, and Mr. Garbutt. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Moore. I really appreciate you asking that question. In the workshopping that we had done, it's in support of our draft of the strategic plan that's going to be coming. It's really evident that this is much needed and important work within the city, and we're just at the cusp of that. And I echo what Ms. Saunders had said. We know that we do things now the future, it could be quite different. We are completely unresourced in that area. The proposal is to have our initial support there, and following these studies, it's then going to determine what that position becomes. Do we need more positions in that regard? Where are we going to focus? What are we going to, partner in, and et cetera? There is some important work that I understand is going to be happening at the CVRD. So there is some overlap there. But we play a special role in the Valley itself as a central service center, quite similar to much larger municipalities, such as Kelowna and Nanaimo. Even though our population base is lower, we exhibit a lot of the same tendencies. And these are very important growth areas in municipal services. And at this point, we don't yet know, but we do know that there's going to be growth in those areas coming forward. And I want to acknowledge when Ms. Saunders joined the city, that was added to her portfolio with no resources, and we've acknowledged that and we've managed it, but it needs to be addressed on a go-forward basis. So thank you very much for that question.
Excellent. Yeah, the idea of not doing it off the side of your desk is as you mentioned, in lieu of other priorities and competing things, is really exciting to see where things are going to end up. So I don't see any further questions, so I will leave you and we'll bring up Kate O'Connell.
Thank you. So I'm going to present the corporate services operating budget to council this evening. So just a reminder, corporate services is responsible for corporate communications, human resources, IT, bylaw services, legislative services, land and legal. And then other things as they arise, as you all know. For this year, we're proposing one new position, which is in the bylaw division. And really the budget drivers for my departments or my divisions are management consulting to facilitate a lot of the strategy development work that's been prioritized by council both in 2022 and 2023. Slide. So you'll see on the slide here, my percentages are large because one of my departments, even though there's quite a few of the divisions, they don't represent a large amount of money relative to, say, public works or engineering, or even recreation. So I encourage you not to look necessarily at the percentages, but look at the dollar figures. Really, one of the big changes that you see a decrease in comes from the election. So this came out of the before, with election planning, we were planning the entire cost of the election in the year of the election. Now we've moved to amortizing it over the 4-year term and creating a reserve for that funding. So you see the decrease, but not 100% decrease in that line item. Slide. Thank you. So under the bylaw services, the items that are listed in orange have actually been identified as council strategic priorities. We do have some carry forward coming over from last year, again, due to capacity issues. Bylaw services was hit with some staffing challenges, as well as just increase in service demands in response to not only urban issues, but some more complex investigations regarding tree violations and unsightly premises. So we do have a $50,000 carry forward for the bylaw policy review, which is work that is already underway. We also, as council has received a presentation on, have initiated it's now called the Parks Control Modernization Project. And that is also actually over 50% complete at this point, and we're into the options analysis. For net new impact on the budget, as mentioned, we're proposing one new bylaw officer. And within the boxes, you'll just see the various kind of service drivers that are necessitating the addition of that resource, including new regulations regarding airshed quality. We're currently working on the Parks Control bylaw, which includes addition of smoking and vaping, and as well as sheltering within park space. The bylaw compliance strategy would fall under the policy review, and that is really about how do we approach bylaw compliance based on a set of principles as considered and approved by council. So that'll all be coming forward in the near future. Next slide. So this is under the corporate communications as well as human resources. Again, the orange items have been listed as council strategic priorities. So the brand standards was carried forward or started in 2022, but is being implemented in 2023. So that work is substantially completed, and a presentation will be coming to council at the end of this month. That really was just about creating a set of standards and guidelines to create a cohesive image within our online and paper-based platforms. It isn't a rebranding of the city's identity. The communication strategy again was funded in 2022, and that's been carried forward in 2023. We've completed the RFP process right now and are in the process of going through the submissions, and we'll be selecting and expect that work to be completed before the end of the year. One of the items we are proposing to advance is the resident satisfaction survey. So the resident satisfaction survey is essentially a census of satisfaction within our community. It really provides an excellent gauge for council to determine how we're performing from a service perspective. Also, what are some emerging or future expectations of our population that can then help council determine policy priorities, as well as inform our budget processes. We have some small increases under wage and benefits and contracted services as well. For human resources, you'll notice in orange there, we've got the anti-racism strategy. So that is not work that can be undertaken by our current capacity or we don't have the expertise in this area. So it would need to be supported by external consultants. The HR advisor, this is just increasing a 0.6 position to a full-time position. We're adding in some money for training and education. So that also includes the First Nations training, as well as some management capacity development. Legal services, this is just based on 5-year average trends, and management consulting. We have a lot of basic in-house policy work that needs to be updated. Next slide. For legislative services, I mentioned the big change was the reduction from previous year for the election. And then we've just increased the casual for cemetery to accommodate or account for the service needs during vacation periods. For council, council prior to the previous election approved the council remuneration bylaw. So those are the impacts there. Training and travel, we do budget as if you're all going to all of the big 3 conferences. This is an area that is typically underspent. But because the budget is defined at the beginning of the year, we just make sure that we have enough in the event that you all decide to go. And then we also have just a decrease in conference, but that's really just a reallocation to the training line item. Under IT, license permitting and fees, they continue to increase. This is not something we necessarily have a lot of control over. Unfortunately, the city of Courtenay does not have a strong negotiating position in dealing with platforms such as Microsoft or GIS, and we really are beholden to their demand on service fee increases. As you can see, not captured within this budget, but captured within our operating expenses in general, so staff time, as well as some of the capital items that will come up later. Where projects for this year include implementing Office 365, eScribe Phase 2, which is an internal workflow process, the finance department's budget tools, adding a GIS archaeological layer, Tempest calls for service and mobile, which is going to increase substantially the bylaw services division metrics and reporting and communication processes. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Excellent. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kate. I just appreciate you clarifying for the benefit of the general public. A lot of the things that we're doing are in fact to keep up with standards in governance, industry standards, if you like. These are not necessarily nice to have things, but they're really necessary programs, both in terms of having a safe and respectful workplace and the other modern standards that the city is required to keep up with.
Exactly. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. Especially in our human resource department. So we're auditing our policies currently. There are many that have not been updated or reviewed since the 90s. And whenever we go to apply something, we're having to work outside of the policy because the policy is so outdated. So really it's about itemizing all those policies, creating a priority list. And then that will also lead very well into the anti-racism strategy development. So with that inventory, we can then through the strategy identify which policies in what order we should be addressing dismantling from a colonial perspective.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Two questions. The first one, the satisfaction survey, when do we anticipate that going out? Is that in the fall or?
I'm aiming for end of summer.
Right.
So I did talk to the various, so I had 3 submissions and talking about the timing, because I did have concerns with running a survey within the summer months. All of the companies that made submissions had significant experience, and none of them said there was going to be a concern with running it in the summer months. The target number of respondents remains the same. So if it takes them longer to get that target number, which is targeted at 300, which is consistent with cities of similar size, they will do whatever they can to achieve that number, and the survey won't complete until we've hit that achievement level.
Right. So it's a bit like the election, 300 people determine the the direction for
The
30,000 plus residents.
the respondents are weighted based on demographic information that comes out of StatsCan.
And then the other one is, so if the mayor decides to run for premier or something and we require a by-election, I'm wondering where that comes out of the budget. Is that part of the elections? Do we have a buffer there or some contingency for something like that, unanticipated?
I'll let the money man speak to that.
Oh, yeah. Over to Adam.
Great question. We would rely in the current year on prior year surplus. Because that election reserve is in its infancy. So in the future, you would have, or we would have an established election reserve to absorb items like this. So you don't see those spikes and you're not relying on assumed savings from the prior years.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. I don't see any other questions. I've got, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just want to share my appreciation for staff to coming to us before the budget for pre-approval for the bylaw position for the public watching. We approved that, and I'm just wondering if you can give us an update on that. You shared a little bit of your rationale around the service need, and wondering if you can give an update. And while I have the mic, I'm also kind of curious. I'm not sure if it was in here or if the new GIS project around cultural significant locations. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that project as well.
Sure. I'll take the easy one first, which is the archaeological layer. It's already completed. So we were able to do that quite quickly. It is using data that comes from the provincial government's data sources on archaeological sites. It is not a publicly available layer. It's not something we want to advertise, showing broader public where archaeological sites may be located, just for a protection for those sites themselves. Where the benefit of that layer comes from is really in planning for development and growth within the city. It's also a place for us to add in our information, our data as we come across archaeological sites. So it's really about being aware of what's in the ground or what may be considered something of cultural significance. For the other question regarding the bylaw policy, the parks control bylaw, that's the one, not the policy.
Not the policy, the bylaw position.
So the bylaw policy work that started actually is
The
three.
position.
Oh,
The position.
Position.
Oh, okay.
So it might be an easy answer.
So the bylaw officer position has been filled.
Great.
We're currently filling, so did go to an internal, so we now have a vacancy. But we are going to fill that while we recruit the infill position for the one that just went into the full-time with our casual staff. So we do have the equivalent of 3 full-time officers working right now.
Great news.
And all of that work started on April 1st in anticipation of the closures of the extreme weather response shelters.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor Cole Hamilton, did I see your light a couple times? I don't want to beg more questions, but
Not to delay it, but when Councillor Hilliam was talking about updating our software and it being sort of a necessity rather than a luxury, I just decided to check and see what year our version of Microsoft Office is, and it's 2013, and how the world has changed in that full decade since that was released. So perhaps it'll be much.
I think in another 5 years, we get like the classic insurance on it, so or something like that. But Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, through the mayor to council. Thank you, Councillor Clemens, for highlighting that. So the Office 365 is a critical project. We learned a lot through the COVID process. We have been, reliant on Microsoft products, and that's where the world goes, but rolling out the Office 365 is going to be a very, very impactful and productive tool for us. We're utilizing Microsoft Teams and shared documents and various things, but critical is rolling that out. And I'm really thankful that our IT staff, we've kind of learned everything under the sun, and it's an ongoing and evolving area. But they really did a lot of heavy lifting through the COVID time. And I just wanted to acknowledge we have a very small but quite effective IT group. So thanks.
And for someone like me that likes the old versions, I'm still running really old versions with way less tools to make your life simple, because I find them a little annoying sometimes. But I am looking forward, especially to Teams, and I think getting used to eScribes, and I saw signs all up around City Hall. So there's was there a party that I missed, or?
Well, Adriana's throwing a constant party for eScribe. That was the countdown to the phase 2 training for staff. And really the phase 2 is the workflow process that goes on behind the scenes before council gets their fancy agendas. And it is actually building reports within eScribe and then doing a digital workflow and approval process. Yeah, so it's the behind the action type of thing.
Absolutely. Very nice. I don't see any further questions, so I'll let you take your lead, and we'll move on to our Chief Kirk McDonald.
Thank you. Courtney Fire Chief Kirk McDonald here to present the Fire Department 2023 budget. So just a quick summary, Fire Department was established in 1915 and provides fire prevention, suppression, and rescue services to both the City of Courtney residents and our contracted fire protection areas. The department currently consists of 7 career firefighters and 50 volunteers that respond to both emergency and non-emergency calls. Next slide, please. So obviously, strategic priority for every year is responding to calls that come in from the public. Over and above that, we have some budget initiatives that we're hoping to complete in 23. From a capital standpoint, we're looking at getting the satellite fire hall project closer to completion. We had one carryover project from 22, which was a replacement of our Chevy Silverado duty officer vehicle, which I'm actually happy to report that we were able to find one. We were originally looking at 2024 before receiving it, and we found one and just received it today. So we're going to start the process of getting it in service. We have a Chevy Tahoe that needs replacement in this year, probably next the way the auto market is working. And in 2024, we have to replace all of our self-contained breathing apparatus, which are the packs that we wear when we go and fight fires, do an interior attack. From an operating standpoint, we were focusing again this year on developing and on our mental health resiliency for our membership. We're starting a summer weekend firefighter coverage pilot project, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. Obviously, we've got our 2023 recruit training program that is well underway, and we're also emergency programming as part of the fire department portfolio now, and we're working with our regional partners, so Town of Comox, Village of Cumberland, and the Comox Valley Regional District on taking a more valley-wide approach to some of the challenges that we could face in the event of an emergency. Next slide, please. So pretty much our budget, as you can see, is up 34% from last year. But again, the bulk of that is to do with getting some reports done for the Eastside Fire Hall project. So that was probably the biggest cost driver there. That we've got the costs associated with our weekend volunteer firefighter summer coverage program. And we also had to increase our firefighter equipment account. So Pretty much inflation has really hammered the fire services in general. This past year, costs of everything from foam to turnout gear have increased dramatically. The other thing that we're doing too is in anticipation of increasing our membership to make sure that we've got proper staffing of volunteers at both our West Side Hall and the East Side Hall. We're increasing our turnout gear purchase. So that's helmets, coats, pants, boots, gloves, what have you. We're increasing that. So when we do get the volunteers necessary to staff both halls, the hit to the overall budget will be not as dramatic. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty good slide here for just comparing where our department is at in relationship to the other major departments in the North Island 911 area. So our comparables are Campbell River, Port Alberni, Parksville, Comox, and Powell River. As you can see, we are the second largest, our department looks after the second largest number of residents at 28,500. We're only second to Campbell River. In terms of fire calls, we're the second busiest at 1,098. Those are fire responses, that's structure fires, that's car fires, bush fires, and the like. Second again, only to Campbell River. They pulled off 1,830 last year. Medical responses, our department only goes if the ambulances are busy and there's a 10-minute delay. That is why our number is low at 104. Whereas when you're taking a look at the other municipalities such as Campbell River, Port Alberni, and Powell River, they're going to a lot more medical calls. They're not just going to the serious ones. They're going to minor falls, delays, things like that. And as you can see, Campbell River is busy. They did 2,300 calls of that nature. Port Alberni at 1,500 and Powell River at 843. If we decided to increase our level of service and respond to the same types of calls that those departments are responding to, you can see that our call volume would have shot up by about, say, 1,800 calls. That's the number of calls that we turned down in 2022. Our total responses were 1,202, and that was still, well, fourth place behind Powell River, Port Alberni, and Campbell River. But again, their numbers have the medical calls as well. From a budget standpoint, you can see the operating budgets for the comparable departments. We're coming in at about fourth place. And the reason for that is because our department relies on volunteer responders versus your full-time departments that you have in Campbell River, Port Alberni, and Powell River. Next slide, please. So one of the key things that we're looking at doing this year to help us out with responses is to start a summer weekend daytime coverage program. So this program is a pilot project. What we're hoping to achieve is improve responses during the weekends and also cut down on wear and tear on our volunteers having to respond to certain types of calls. By having a truck or a crew in the hall on the weekends, similar to what we have right now during the week, we have the ability to cut down on the number of pages, getting everybody to come down to the fire hall to respond to certain types of calls that don't necessarily require a lot of people to mitigate. So we're looking at running this program from June 1st to September 30th. It's going to be a daytime program because night times we don't seem to have an issue with volunteers responding. We're going to have an officer, a driver, 2 firefighters. The purpose of that configuration obviously is to have somebody get the truck to the call. The officer acts as a supervisor, so it meets the work safe requirements, and the 2 firefighters are there to do the work. We're looking at having this group respond to medical calls, open burning calls, and minor motor vehicle incidents. That's subject to change. We have to see what's going to work. We'll have to, tweak it as we go along. And again, the goal here is to ensure rapid response to incidents and reduce general pages. The estimated cost of this program is $70,000 for the months that we're talking about. If the program is successful, it is something that we are going to be looking at expanding year round. And that would be as early as 2024, where we would have volunteer coverage on the weekends. Next slide, please. Other budget change details. So we had $75,000 in the budget for the satellite fire hall. That's just strictly for consultant reports. This project has been on the books for quite some time, but we have to make sure the information that we have is still relevant. Codes are still being met. And also to address some new features that the building could potentially have that weren't available back when we were looking at it in 2014. Volunteer wages and benefits, pretty much the bulk of that is the summer week and daytime coverage program. And again, as I discussed earlier, the 63,700 in the budget for the inflation for the firefighting equipment, increasing turnout gear replacement from 10 sets to 12 sets. Next slide, and I think that's it. Yeah, I'm not development services, so has anybody got any questions for fire?
All right, I think you've answered all the questions, so that's fantastic and really appreciate your work on this and yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
You could have answered mine.
And we'll pass it over to Rob.
Good evening, your worship, members council. Rob Roycroft, Interim Director of Development Services. Here, pleased to present the operating budget for the next year. So Development Services is one of those departments that hides behind the scenes. And for the people that are actually involved in applying for something, we're very intensely involved and interact back and forth. But most people in the community probably don't even know what happens back there. So generally, we have 4 fundamental areas where we operate: current and long-range planning, building inspection and permitting. So every building that is built in town has to be permitted, business licensing, and subdivision and the servicing of land for development purposes. So those are the 4 fundamental core areas of the department. Next slide, please. The strategic priorities that we're using to act this year, as council will remember, they adopted a new official community plan last summer, and there's a lot of work to be done to bring that bylaw into the real world and all of the different policy changes, regulations, bylaw amendments, and things that have to happen as a result of that. We've started that process. It's ongoing. It's going to be continuing to be ongoing for a while. And at the same time, I have to remind council that it's just because you've adopted an official plan and passed the bylaw doesn't mean that it's over. The OCPs are living documents that are constantly changing along with the community. And we're already planning on some amendments that we know we have to bring forward to the bylaw that we just adopted last year. That's what it's all about. It just keeps moving along with the community. We knew that we have to do an awful lot of zoning bylaw changes as a result of that new plan. We were planning to have a look at short-term rental vacation properties and the bylaws associated with that. Having just heard that the province intends later this year to introduce some new tools for local governments to deal with those particular issues, we'll probably put that project on the back burner and dust it off when we find out what tools we're going to be given to deal with them. We're still working on the early engineering approval process and working out some of the kinks of that to try and make it equitable to developers and not force them to spend too much money too early in the process, because that just adds to their cost for things like the housing later on. We're continuing to work with the development advisory group. There's a good source of information out there. We know that we've got to do some bylaw updates in the subdivision and development servicing area, because we want to bring into some of the green initiatives associated with stormwater management. Those aren't currently contained within our bylaw. We need to put them in so that we can accept those forms of development. The building bylaw is needed to be updated this year. The province is moving us up a step, so we have to bring our bylaw up another step. Development cost charges bylaw is woefully out of date, and we're actively engaged at this point in time in a review and update of that. That will involve some community and developer contribution or consultations later on. Next slide. So the operating budget is up there at $1.8 million in revenue. Yes, we like to see that number versus $2.6 million in expenditures. And you can see they're broken down between the four branches, along with the Heritage Committee, which is active through Development Services. While there's some number of changes back and forth, it's mostly associated with moving staff between one division and another division. There's no new additional positions being requested at this point in time. Some of the larger increases on a line by line item are to pay for those big ticket projects like the zoning bylaw review. So we include those within the operating budget. So that's why there's a big variance between this year and last year. Next.
There is a question. Do you want to take questions now or would you rather wait till the end? Okay, Councilor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just looking at the year ahead, and obviously there's an increase in planning and zoning, which am I correct to assume that that's related to the zoning bylaw update, that increase?
We have funds allocated or requested in the budget to do some additional specialized work in the OCP implementation. $150,000 for zoning bylaw update. I think it's $60,000 for the DCC bylaw update. These are things that they're really badly out of date. Like I think that DCC bylaw is, some of the pieces are over 20 years old. So the vast majority of those numbers are associated with those special studies.
The reason why I'm zeroing in on the zoning piece is that in reading the province's housing announcement last week, I did see that there was money available to municipalities for updating zoning to allow for, housing, additional housing, which is part of our objective. And I'm wondering if there's been a chance to look at that in this short amount of time since that announcement came out, and just if you have any information about that at this early point in time.
And Mr. Garbutt wanted to just make a quick comment, I think, or
no one know.
That was even faster.
Thank you through the mayor to council generally. There is so much moving right at this point. We all know that there's a ton happening just within our own region as well. So part of during spring break, I met with UBCM, meeting with ministry staff to just stay on top of that. So if there are programs available, we will try and access those. Some of our zoning work though is actually technical changes to a whole bunch of other stuff that is kind of like outside of some of those changes as well. So it's very, very highly specialized in technical work that we need some specialist advice on. But it is really encouraging though to hear the province is actually, nobody really looks at the zoning bylaw as something that's a real technical and important document. And it is actually the foundation. Everybody talks about the community plan. The reality is, what are people allowed to do when they can use their land? And so really, really important work. So thanks for highlighting that.
Thanks.
All right, I don't see any further questions or comments. So
next one. Is there another one? Next slide. Right. Okay. So as I indicated before, there's no new staffing being requested. We just like to fill the empty positions we have now. And I must admit to council and to the community that the staff we're not proud of our service delivery record over the last 8 months. It's not to the standard we want it to be. And we've just been asking people to bear in mind that we're 25% short of staff. And the majority of that is at the management and the leadership level, which is really difficult to keep things going in a prompt and consistent fashion. So we've been scrambling, we've been working hard, and I have to just do an absolute shout out to the staff in the department who have been working lots of overtime and lots of extra efforts have been put in, just trying to keep all of the balls up in the air at the same time. We're looking forward to filling those positions and moving on. As I said, we've got numerous bylaw updates underway, much more effort on the OCP, the zoning bylaw. We've been talking about that more. There's a couple of different approaches one can take when, farm it out to a consultant and just do the whole thing, start from the beginning and give us a new bylaw. That's somewhat faster, somewhat more expensive, still requires a bunch of time to manage it, or we can do it on phase basis internally with our own resources. That tends to drag it out an awful lot more and take staff away from doing other things. So we're still looking at what the best strategy is for us there. And this whole question of the city managers just talked about, the world is changing out there.
There's a lot of pressure on us to try and streamline and make application processes easier, because that's hopefully going to get more housing products onto the market and reduce pressures on pricing. There's a lot of work being done in a lot of different places, and rather than jump in right at this point, we're taking a few months to sort of look and see what others are doing. We'll be talking with you in a workshop shortly about the one piece of legislation that has come forward, but there's more things going on all the time. And we're trying to make sure that we keep our eyes open and our ears to the ground. And there will be more changes to our processes. And just to reduce time to council, you know, if we can take an item to council in only 2 meetings instead of 3, you know, all of a sudden we now start to take 6-8 weeks off of a process for someone that gets them into the market quicker. So we're constantly looking for new efficiencies like that, and there will be some coming along. And I think that's the last one. Yo. Thank you. Oh, questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Nice to be back here once again. I get to talk about the actual department that I manage. I put so much time and effort into the entire budget itself. Like I'm here, I'm like, oh yeah, I have a department. Anywho, getting right to that, we have 7 major areas: accounting services, financial planning, which I spend a lot of time in, risk management, which is very interesting. Payroll is less interesting, but very impactful to everybody here. Purchasing, it's really neat. We're seeing that new purchasing policy come into play, and the manager of purchasing, risk and procurement, is doing a roadshow around different departments and really getting it in and explaining that Indigenous component and how we work it into how the city purchases. Very fascinating. Next slide. Oh yeah, look, I talked about it already. Big things on the horizon for finance. Policy implementation. We have those 2 nice new policies, the purchasing policy and an investment policy. We have some borrowing bylaws coming up, reigniting that change for the community granting program that had been put on pause due to COVID. You'll be seeing some reporting on that in the next couple of months. I'm mostly excited for the budget software implementation. It'll make this process, instead of having our data in 3 sort of different places and trying to make it all work together, we get one place to try to make it all work together. One of those items that you may understand or may not care about is asset retirement obligation. It's a pretty substantial shakeup to how we do our financial reporting. When we have an asset, we now have to record what is the expected cost to decommission that asset if there's a legal requirement to. It's been a standard in the private sector for a long time, but municipal sector accounting is a bit slower. We'll see the results of that will be seen in 2024. For a 2023 financial year. And ending this is the re-implementation of the MRDT and getting that work done so we can transfer those OAP, online booking platforms, funding to get it into affordable housing. Right now, it's just staying within the MRTD essentially bucket. It is safe. It's not being spent on anything else right now. We have to get the plans in place to get the authority to spend it on affordable housing. Next slide. And there's the numbers of the change. Finance is largely driven by wages, and that's what we're seeing our change in. And it's over to Chris in TV land for engineering. Next slide. He is joining us online.
I guess there's no questions.
Oh, unless there's questions.
No, I'm sure there's no questions. Yeah, Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Through the Mayor Council, I just wanted to raise one issue. So Adam talked about the MRDT, and you may recall during the closure of the Regional Economic Development Service, we had the change with the province, and it was back over for city administration. The CVRD is going to be through the regional tourism function exploring the potential for a regional MRDT. I just want to clarify that the MRDT as it stands now only includes accommodation providers inside the city boundary. The discussion around a regional, big R regional MRDT is intended to try and widen that, but the existing MRDT will be in place. And we've been consulting with CVRD staff a little about that, and we wanted to make sure it's really clear when it's presented that we have a revitalized MRDT. It's working very well. The advisory committee that was selected to provide feedback does have regional representation in it. But we just want to be really clear that there is an MRDT. There is an intention to look wider, but the existing MRDT will remain in place. There's a lot of approvals that are required to create an MRDT, and we made some significant adjustments with for VI, sorry, not TVI any longer, and we've got some really good feedback on that. But so I just wanted to acknowledge that the MRDT has been quite successful, and we're getting good feedback on that.
Thanks for that. And I think with those notes, Councilor Morin.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I am getting some questions about the community grant program. So you said a couple months we should have a better understanding of what that might look like. Is there anything more you can say about that, or do I just tell people just to wait? Is there anything I can indicate to them, I guess?
Not right at this point.
Okay.
We do have a penciled in meeting report for late June to bring in the Comox Valley Community Foundation to discuss how their program works and how the city fits into it, and how council still has the ability to direct and like give a direction on where they want the funds to flow and how it is part of a bigger program.
Right. So there's no accessing anything for the next while.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Adam, for the report. Yeah, just going back to, I think it was maybe 2 slides ago, and listing all the various implementation pieces and work. Maybe that was only 1 slide back. I think it was the next one. Oh, no, that was it. Sorry. Yeah, and just something I was thinking about is in our staff report, there's a paragraph that outlines that staff are recommending that we adopt policy to address prior year surplus and reserve management. And I just thought that this would be maybe a useful time to ask if that is something that needs to be prioritized through a council motion, or if that is work that will begin when we make some headway on this significant list that's already in the 2023 work plan. I'm just wondering if you could provide some guidance to council on that one.
The current establishment of our reserves, it's in a fair position. We have establishment bylaws and we have some policy guiding them. What we don't have is a concise place where you can see the list of reserves, sort of why they're there, and the target amounts. Further on, I talk about our reserves and how they're sort of stagnant. We put in about the same amount as we take out each year, so we're not getting to any targets. It's not an issue that needs to be fixed right away. It's an issue that we'll fix over a number of years. So
no direction needed at this time then?
I would say no.
Okay.
Unless Jeff wants to do something different.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And so I think now we're on to Chris. Is that what I heard?
Great stuff. Thank you, everybody. Happy to be here through the CAO to Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Davidson, Director of Engineering Services, here to present the budget for this evening. So as a reminder, Engineering Services ensures capital renewal of public infrastructure such as water, wastewater, stormwater, flood protection structures, and transportation services. Staff also performs some planning functions, including flood management and integrated rainwater management. Next slide, please. So 2023 budget includes resources for the following engineering initiatives. On the capital side, we have McPhee Meadows, 6th Street Bridge, 1st Street Lift Station, which we'll be hearing about later. And then on the operating side, air quality, flood management plan, and integrated rainwater management plan. And next slide. Yeah, so for 2023, engineering operating total budget is $1,087,000, which represents an 11% increase. So new asks driving this increase include engineering admin expenses, increasing by approximately $63,000. This consists of about $37,000 for a new position, manager of capital projects, starting in mid-2023. And the balance of the eng admin increase, around $26,000, is due to inflation and escalation. Also included are the flood management plan for a total of $150,000 to complete the works. This is as per the original project budget presented in last year's financial plan. Also included is the IRMP for a total new ask of $157,000 to complete the plan and to start work on some of the recommendations. Next slide, please. So some of the budget change details: the new position, manager of capital projects, so needed to better manage day-to-day decision-making on the capital projects and also free up director capacity for strategic planning and management. Please note this will be a working manager position, so we'll also add needed capacity to help drive engineering projects and initiatives. The IRMP 2023 new asks include support for updating bylaws, stormwater utility funding assessment, stormwater detention facility assessments, and some additional monitoring. And next slide. That's it for engineering. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
That was quick. Very nice. Geez, we're zipping through them now. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, that was really quick. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Chris, for your presentation. Mike, I'm just trying to get back to that slide for the MRRP. I was happy to hear that you said this year's budget includes some monies to go towards actioning some of the recommendations in that strategy. Are those the items that are listed under slide 48 under IRMP, or can you speak to some of the recommendations that will be acted on in this year's budget?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So it is correct. The items to be actioned are listed there on slide 48 of 87. Some of the new asks include support for updating the bylaws, STS. So we do hope to update some of the some of the guiding policies that sort of help define what can be developed and how stormwater will be handled in new developments, I guess you could say. Also included stormwater utility funding assessment. So essentially doing condition assessments and other assessment work, further assessment work of some of the stormwater utility infrastructure. And then stormwater detention facility assessments. So these are our detention facilities. So some money set aside to do a more detailed assessment of those assets. And then some general additional monitoring. So looking specifically at environmental monitoring there.
Great, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. So thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Nice to be here once again. Oh, back up one slide, please. We still have the gaming fund to talk about. So this is a listing of all the identified payments coming out of the gaming fund. We try to hold 1 year's worth of funding in reserve at each time. It is a nice long list. Okay, are you able to move the bottom taskbar or toolbar just down a little bit? So what we are seeing is we're seeing the overall gaming fund grow. We do have more than 1 year's worth of revenue in there. Estimated revenue is 1.25 million. Estimated projected ending balance for the year is 1.9. So we do have some flexibility in our gaming fund for items that may come up. That's that end of that sentence. You will see that we have the funds for the RCMP positions coming up, and those are growing as expected. RCMP costs are rising, and we have infrastructure money flowing from gaming right into our infrastructure reserves. In the past, that has been slightly smaller and has increased from 0.5% in 22 up to the 1% in 23, and that's where it's stabilizing at.
Mr. Carver, just want to make a comment.
I'll just through the Mayor to Council, one of the items again that we discussed is in the past, some things have been funded through gaming that may or may not be requisition based or core services. We discussed during the workshopping around the strategic plan that we should be developing an approach to address the use of gaming funds. And when we bring that strategic plan 4 that will be identified as some work. There has always been a wider community view about the gaming revenue as well. Previous councils had thought that because we have the benefit of receiving this revenue, that it could have a wider community benefit. I understand council met recently with the casino operator, and they're expecting to continued growth in gaming revenue. So we don't have a lot of sources of revenue. This is a very good one, and it can be used very strategically. And so I think that's important work that we'll be doing with council. We have a lot of aspirations on a go forward, both through our community plan and the strategic plan. We know that community services is going to be another area, and some jurisdictions in Canada and North America have looked at gaming revenue as also having social good aspects. And I'm just speculating as to where we could potentially address these things. And as we become more and more strategically oriented in our budgeting, where we have core services defined, we have service levels defined, and we manage our assets, these are the kinds of revenue sources that we can use to focus with council's direction on the 4 cardinal strategic initiative points that we have established through our community, through the community plan. There's a lot of deliberation and discussion with council on that. So I just offer that for now, that we have allocated the community these gaming funds, essentially along council's identified priorities as well as some past practice, but that doesn't necessarily mean on a go forward that's where we'll be. And a lot of the improvements in our financial planning process that will roll out over the life of this council, I think we can embrace and start to utilize these in real strategic focus areas. But of course, we take council's direction in that regard, but I really look forward to those discussions.
So thanks for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Adam, can you remind me how much we're talking about potentially granting to the Community Foundation to administer grants?
Yeah, you'll see it's in the 3rd line down, annual grants and aid, $50,000 a year annually, and there's a $2,500 fee to the Community Foundation to provide that service.
Yeah, after you have the dialogue with them and bring it to council for some sort of discussion, I might argue that we should up that amount, particularly if we've got 700 grand more than we would have expected sitting in that gaming account. I think 50,000 is a relatively small amount, and I think if we looked at upping that amount, we could effectively rid ourselves of any consideration of grants and leave it all with the Community Foundation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you. I guess I'm thinking about the Strengthening Communities grant and how that's going to come to an end, and all the things that we're utilizing that fund for. I mean, some of them are obviously through community agencies, but there has been a benefit to the city. And so I guess I'm just wondering if we're factoring any of that budget into potentially using out of the gaming fund, rather than just pulling the plug on some good things that are going on. And yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And Mr. Garbage can answer.
Thank you, the mayor, through to council. Thank you for the question, Councilor Moore. I can advise council that we are made aware that there are monies available at the provincial level under the Strengthening Communities grant that remain. I've just provided notice to the regional partners at the CO level that we're going to be making an application to extend and amend that grant. There is no guarantees, and Ms. Saunders advised the coalition executive that we have an opportunity to reapply. A couple of caveats: it is an extension of the existing program. No changes can be included. So we have, I think, 6 or so projects. Connect is one, Sunday Station is another. The education and training programs, outreach on the islands, and AVI downtown cleanup crew. Any summarize? Yeah. So the intention is that those would be rolled over for a period of time. We will be asking for a 12-month extension. The feedback that I had with
UBCM staff, I met with them on April 4th, is there's no guarantees, but they do recognize that we've been a very effective service delivery when we rolled it out. There was a second phase call for that program, but because the monies hadn't been expended yet from the original grant, they advised us that we wouldn't likely be successful. It's a lot of work to put that together. And so we're just in the process right now. The second quarterly report, all the stats are coming in, and we had built a very robust reporting format, thanks to Ms. O'Connell and then Mr. Rushton, while Susie was on her break, we were reporting back. We've got some really good information for the province. So long way of saying we're going to look to extend that grant. Everybody knows those issues don't end. The work that will happen in the community, the study on community services, and I don't know if we've decided what the name of that study is yet, is a way for us to quantify what role we should play. And so there's a lot of moving parts, but I think we have some ability to extend. We also know that there are funds available under the HHS money that may be available to extend those services, and that would be the deliberation at the board table, if I understand correctly. So a few things are going to come together because July 31st is looming, and we also know that there's work happening with BC Housing, et cetera. So the future of how these gaming funds could be utilized is also accessible for council. And given the difference between what we say we're going to spend in 23 and 24, we do have that ability to move with council. I would anticipate, there's all sorts of initiatives underway, and we've had in 2023 7 delegations, and they've all talked about the needs in the community, and this is some deliberation council may have. So it's our recommendation at staff level right now is to not currently allocate those potential additional monies and use those to address strategic initiatives and council direction.
Could I have a follow-up there? Yeah, because I guess something that comes to mind is we have the cleanup crew that's doing the downtown core mainly, and then some other occasional outlying areas. And I know that Lush with the community garden plot that they lease, they're also encountering some issues. And I don't know if the cleanup crews go to that area or not, but they're incurring some cost. So, and there may be other areas or nonprofits that are experiencing that as well. So I'm just wondering if there was some leeway. So I'm happy to hear that it's extending, and I don't know if we can expand out that cleanup a bit. I did let them know about the one-off community cleanup that's planned, which they were happy to hear about, and they're doing some really proactive stuff with some folks down there. I guess I wanted to mention, just because we did have the meeting with Shira from the government rep for the Gateway casinos. I specifically asked the question around whether we're seeing any kind of social impacts from, or any problems in terms of the revenue for gaming's going way up. And I just wondered if that equated to any more problems in terms of problem gambling or whatever. Because I think that's something that is sometimes hard to reconcile, that we're using all this money often to mitigate social issues, but does it create some social issues at the same time? Anyway, the really good news was that she said no. In fact, they have a really good monitoring system, and they're really on that, and they're not noticing that there's any issues at our location. And actually, even not at many locations, there's been some occasional things that they have sort of a mechanism to deal with. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, that we're getting the benefit of the gaming money, and it's not coming along with necessarily any measurable downside to that, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Back to you, Adam.
Oh, perfect. Let's go forward one slide at least. And we get to the riveting part. The capital. 2023 to 2027 general capital plan. We'll go over funding sources and the capital plan by department. I do want to put out, in the report, there are references to a $25 million capital plan and an $18.8 million capital plan. The $18.8 million capital plan is our general capital plan. The 25 million is a consolidated, includes the water and sewer portions of the capital program. So if anybody is unclear why it may seem we have two, it's because it's the same information divided into two different pieces. Next slide, please. Yes, capital budgeting is collaborative effort by all departments. I would say it's a little bit more leaning towards public works, engineering, recreation, but that's me because I don't have any capital projects. One of the items I want to identify is that any project approved in 2022 will carry forward and continue on. Going forward, what we'll see is a project that is approved in 23. It will continue through. A project that is approved in 24 of the 23 capital plan will be able to start January 1st. So this is a change from prior years. We would hold up the entire capital plan until the current year budget was passed, and it made for not consistent workflows, and it made us have a really heavy weight of getting a whole bunch of RFPs out in early May. Whereas if we do it as it rolls along, we can really plan our work out smoother. Next slide, please. Here's our $18.8 million capital plan. I do want to highlight that we identified anytime a project is funded by taxation. And you'll see that of the $18.8 million, only 4.5% is funded by current year taxation. What this shows to me is that, our capital plan is clearly relying on grants, other sources of funding such as reserves, and borrowing to get the work done. Is that a risk? Well, it's a risk that, we're not funding our own capital plan to an extent that we maybe could. We're still getting a lot done with an $18 million capital plan though. Next slide. Here's really shows, that explanation of the impact of a 4% portion of current year taxation. Reserves represent 7.5 million of the capital plan, federal provincial funding. Debt doesn't make a humongous, it is a fairly big chunk, but it's not the same extent of the revenue coming from grants or our own reserves. So that's fair that, even though I reference that we have stagnating reserves, we still have reserves that we're leaning on to get a lot of these good capital projects done. In the report, you'll see a whole entire section on debt, and my analysis shows we are in a pretty fair spot. We have a capacity to take on significant more debt. When we look at comparable communities, we are quite low on the overall outstanding debt.
Could you just explain what the difference is on this pie chart, or why it's parsed off the reserve for future expenditures versus just plain old reserves?
Okay, that is a very interesting piece of information that rolls out of this community I've only seen here. So when we have a capital project from 2022 that is funded from 2022 taxation, when the project is not completed, we save that little bit of money in a different reserve. So when the project gets completed in 23, we're not retaxing for it. We have that little piece of money available to do it. Yeah, it makes it very nice and clean when you have these projects that carry over year to year. Next slide. So since I get to talk about general capital and the general government, our biggest piece here is strategic land acquisition. This is a piece that we put in, so we have the ability to buy pieces of land if needed. The next big piece is IT, and a lot of these are the reoccurring replacements of equipment. Throughout this presentation, any project that's highlighted in yellow, there'll be further information coming along with it. Since there is nothing of too much significance in this area, we're going to move on to the next person, which is actually Kurt's section for fire. Next slide. Detail in the capital plan can be found in Appendix 2 of the report, which gives every single project. You'll see the funding source and the projects over the next 5 years.
Hello again. So 2023 from a capital standpoint is fairly light for the fire department. We had the Bullets live fire simulators that we were able to successfully purchase earlier in the year. Thank you very much. We also had the carryover project for the pickup truck that I talked about earlier, and we've got another replacement pickup truck for this year. Next year in 2024, that's again, as discussed earlier, is the replacement for our breathing packs. 2025 is another support vehicle and also the East Side Fire Hall. So that would be the big ticket item for 25. 26 would be the Wildland Urban Engine that we're looking at to add to our fleet. And then 2027 would be the replacement of engine 15, which will be coming up on its 20-year replacement in 2028. So obviously the truck takes about a year to build. So that's why we would start the process in 2027. Any questions?
You just do too good of a job, I think.
Yeah, or everybody's falling asleep.
Councillor Healing. Oh, he snuck in. He snuck in.
Since you didn't get a question last time and I've already blown my Wednesday night commitment. This actually probably should have been asked earlier on. There was a story on the news the last couple of nights about toxic accumulation on firefighters' equipment and related disease across the country. Even going so far as suggesting that areas where the equipment is exposed to, like seats and things like that, carry that. Is that an issue that you've looked into, and is it having an impact on the cost of replacing equipment and regularly having it replaced?
Excellent question. So pretty much this first came up with some of the foams that were being used to help extinguish fires. I'm going to say it was somewhere after 2015 that this first came up. We had some of that foam in our inventory. We got rid of it and replaced it with stuff that doesn't have the chemical. I want to say it's PFOS, but don't quote me on that. Since then, they found that this material or this chemical is in turnout gear. Where it was becoming more of an issue is in your departments that are in it quite a bit. So your Vancouvers, your Calgarys and whatnot. And what they've recommended is the firefighters only wear that particular equipment only when they need to, not to be washing trucks in it and things like that. Our department, while busy, isn't busy to the same level as those departments. So we do have a reduced exposure risk. That said, we do invest quite a bit of time in cleaning our apparatus. We have upholstery cleaners to clean the seats after calls and do a whole bunch of other stuff, because we're also not so much worried about that, as well as the dust particulates that could be coming back in with the gear you cover with asbestos and things like that. So we take all those steps to do it. The challenge with this chemical is they really haven't come up with any turnout gear on the market that doesn't have this yet. The science isn't quite there yet. Once I'm sure that they do, the turnout gear will be at an increased price, and then we'll have to adjust our budget and our purchasing to account for it. But as it stands right now, it's still prevalent in the gear, and the recommendation that I've seen through my readings is try to limit when you wear it and how long you wear it.
Thanks. And I take it if we had any significant incidents of related disease that you'd be aware of that and would let us know.
Absolutely, yeah. That's 100% a WorkSafe claim. The paperwork goes through with our JOHS coordinator. Again, we wouldn't be able to talk about the specific details of the case with it being medical, but the information would be provided to council. That would be appropriate.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't see any other lights on at this point, so run away. Thank you, sir. Welcome back, Susie.
Hi. So I'm going to provide an overview of the capital plan for recreation, culture, and community services. Just noting that, so this is the capital that we're directly responsible for. You'll see other recreation and culture and community services capital works show up in civic facilities, in parks, and in engineering as well. So you'll see us kind of in a number of different areas. Really, the two priority projects for us this year are completing the totem pole installation at the airport and some improvements to the youth center signage and exterior. I'll talk about them a little bit more in detail, but you can also see just some of the future plans. As was mentioned earlier, there's some funding allocated from the Growing Communities Fund to support capital projects that come out of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So when that implementation plan is approved by council and we have our priorities, there's some funding there to actually be able to move on those capital plans in future years. Next slide, please. Sorry, I thought I could change it. So the Guardian Totem Pole was installed last year. That piece of the project is complete. The next piece of the project that we're looking to complete is really around signage, both related to the totem pole itself, as well as the significance of the area. There's funding carried forward to do that work. And at this point, of course, we're wanting to make sure that we take all of our direction from Comox First Nation and from the artists. And so when that occurs, we'll be ready to move on it. But that's the remaining piece of work that's related to that project. And we have until the end of July 2024 to do that work. So we have time to make sure that we're working with KFN closely to put in the signage. Next slide, please. So the Link Youth Center signage has been on the plans for a while, and it's on the plans for this year again. The original plan was to look at the actual sign that you can see hidden behind the National Enterprise sign there. As you can tell, the sort of visibility of the youth center is pretty limited. There's a few complications related to the sign. Of course, we want to make sure we're compliant with current sign bylaws. But also just the general facade of the building is not highly visible and not highly identifiable as a youth center. And so there's capital funding proposed to do some work to improve its visibility and how it's identified as a youth center. As we do more work on the actual exploring the sign options, what we may look at is more of the facade improvements and of course, engaging our youth in what that project might look like. Next slide, please.
I haven't asked any questions yet, but I just had one comment, just looking at that big wall there that is almost perfect for a mural. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes, that is something that we are considering for sure, is how we can rebrand that building to be much more visible, identifiable, and appealing. So definitely some work to explore there. And that's it for rec and culture, unless there's any questions.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to be clear, I mean, you spoke about two like hard assets, but in your previous presentation, you spoke about the capital of the implementation that's being proposed to us to use some of the Growing Communities Fund. So is this the appropriate time, or are you going to be speaking about that later point?
This would be the time. So if we can go back to slides for me, please. So the 500,000 identified in 2024 and the 500,000 identified in 2025 is that funding. So it's $1 million of the Growing Communities Fund that we propose to allocate to be able to implement capital items from the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Once we bring that plan forward, it'll identify the short-term priorities. Of course, the council, we'd be recommending to council. And if council approves those priorities, then this would be the funding that we can start to allocate to those projects. Some of the things included in the Parks and Rec Master Plan that would be capital items would be things like, and no commitment, and conversations that council's had with the public, dog parks or court upgrades or specific assets, specific park developments, master plans for parks, that type of thing.
Great, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
That absolutely answered. Okay. I wanted to give the public some ideas around what they could look forward to with that.
Yeah, taking a read of the Parks and Rec Master Plan would give all the ideas that we'll be bringing forward and just prioritizing them with council.
Yeah. Thanks.
And Councillor Hillian.
Just wondering if there's any new pickleball courts in the plan. A few $100,000 from that gaming surplus would go a long way.
I can say that there's a motion that council passed to do a court study. And so after that court study is done and we look at the Parks and Rec master plan, we'll bring back a recommendation to council.
Thanks very much.
There's a few people that are interested in pickleball, it seems.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
thanks, Susie. And now back to Chris.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Happy to be back again through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So general capital plan for engineering before you, priority projects for the year, 6th Street Bridge, McPhee Meadows, and the Dingwall Stairs. I'll let Kyle speak to the Dingwall Stairs though. Next slide, please. Okay, so 6th Street Active Transportation Bridge, bridge at the base of 6th Street, of course, over to the park. So design currently at 100%, just need to compile the tender package essentially, and it should be ready to go. Estimated $5.85 million for construction in this year. This does not include funding for art though, just wanted to make a note of that. Still waiting to hear on grant applications. We did apply for 2 grants and we're still hoping. And so schedule is going to be dependent both on funding availability and also environmental considerations. There is an eagle's nest nearby that we do have to be cautious of. Next slide, please. And the other large project, McPhee Meadows. So detailed design proceeding now, scheduled for completion early Q3 of 2023. 3.25 million budgeted for 2023. We do have 2 grant applications out and currently awaiting responses. So you can see the grants there and the timelines. So once we do hear back from the grants, that will inform how we proceed, and we'll be coming back to council for direction on how best to proceed. I believe that's it for me, unless there's any questions.
Councilor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Chris, I'm just wondering if detailed design is coming back to council before the plan proceeds, and if there's any further opportunity for public input, given all of the environmental concerns we've heard from people who have a particular attachment to the property.
Excellent question. Thank you very much, Councillor Hillian. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, yes, detailed design will absolutely be coming back to council before we proceed into construction. Yes, we have heard those concerns as well. So we are planning to start our stakeholder engagement program soon, likely within the next month or so. So there will be an opportunity for further input from the public and from key stakeholders. So we do hope to compile that information, use that to inform our design, and then come back to council for final direction.
And I think we also have an invitation to go down soon and see the spring lilies, do we not?
Yes, we do have that flagged as a potential action too. So we're looking forward to that. We wouldn't miss it.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Right, and Councillor Joker.
Okay, I think our city manager just helped me out with my question. Thank you.
So only you know the answer.
It will be coming later on in the presentation.
Perfect, excellent. I like to hear that. All right, that being said, Chris, I think you said you were done. I don't see any of the lights on. And I see Kyle approaching the podium. Oh yeah, Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Just before Mr. Shaw gets started, I just want to clarify, we'd sent out the budget presentation fairly late in the afternoon today. The discussions we had around the allocation of the Growing Communities Fund, Ms. Saunders in her slide, there was a future year 24-25. Adam has the second last slide to talk about the allocation of those funds. It didn't show up in the 6th Street and McPhee. It's been, we were just working on our presentation together, but Adam will give a detailed breakdown on what the allocation of those funds is as part of our budget recommendation, just to preempt that. So thanks.
All right, thanks for the update, and back to Kyle.
Thank you. I as well, like my colleagues, I'm excited to be back. I may not be as excited to present my capital budget as Rob was with his operating budget, but I will try. Great enthusiasm. Anyways, the Capital Works or the Public Works capital budget summary is presented there in front of you, and it's broken down by division, and I'll speak to each one of those areas, but you'll see that the total cumulative value there is about $5.5 million. That is a rise of about $500,000 in thanks to, again, that item we just spoke of in terms of community improvements. There's $500,000 that's been dedicated to parks acquisition, and I'll speak to that as we get into it. Next slide. Great. So broken down, you can see which particular items are going to have a tax impact. That's in column 2023 tax impact, and they're highlighted in yellow. I have slides for the majority of those to speak to those points. The other areas that are will be funded by other revenue sources, as our CFO spoke to earlier, either reserves, grants, or carry forward items. But the net impact is 2.52% from a public works perspective in terms of tax increase. Next slide. I spoke to this item a little bit with in the operating budget in terms of asset management and the renewal of the road condition assessment. And really, I wanted to highlight it here because it's just a great showcase of the great work and collaboration that we have, not only between our departments with our asset management group, but also our GIS and our engineering services. But this is really a guiding document in terms of how we look at our road networks, our infrastructure asset class, and where we want to focus our renewals on. And then looking not only that, but what that kind of litmus approach in terms of layering those other assets. When we talk about our pedestrian network, we talk about our cycling network, and all of our below ground infrastructure. We want to try to align those assets so that the end of useful life comes to term relatively close to the same time frame, so that we can do larger, more robust projects that see the best use of value of funding. And so we'll see a renewal of this information this year. That's in part of the operating, but this really speaks to the next slide, which is the guidance in terms of the expenditure of capital funding for the road surface renewal, which is now compounded by the addition of pedestrian network improvements as well as cycling network improvements. It's really threefold. So you'll see that this is last done in 2018. We do update it internally to show new green where we have done new road surfaces, but we haven't downgraded any of those surfaces based on operational review. And so now we'll see after the update that these will show some decline and then really restructure what our next 5-year venture may look like in terms of capital investment. Next slide. So in terms of pedestrian, cycling, and pavement renewal program for 2023, it's a fairly robust program. Again, seeing $1.39, almost $1.4 million in terms of investment of road surface. It's a little bit lean in terms of walking and cycling upgrades. You'll see that that gets quite extensive as we go further down in terms of aligning those projects. Intentfully done as we're doing an update to the CNP, and it'll have a new 5-year plan. And so we want to make sure that there's an alignment between those thought processes, and we didn't miss an opportunity to continue to improve the road surfaces as we went through. Just one more item for questions. I just wanted to highlight that the VMP, the final lift on the VMP on the top end, adjacent to those 2 brand new development properties, will be inclusive of this capital project. The funding from that for that final lift will come from development service. So it currently resides in reserve as an offsite contribution by those 2 developers. And we'll be able to implement that final phase of pavement, completing the final lift on that particular segment. Questions?
All right, Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So we do hear some negative comments about the conditions of the road. Definitely during the election, you know, there was this idea that we don't do anything to our roads and we just neglect them. But every year I've been here, we've had an increase in the budget. So I guess I'm just wondering if you can give a reality check on in terms of my understanding is that we are always investing in road repairs every year. And in fact, the budget usually increases from year to year. I'm just wondering if you could provide clarification on that, because there is this idea that we, you know, that we don't fix potholes and we don't fix our roads. And I don't think that's the case. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great question. Yes, from a capital perspective, from a road renewal perspective, there's been quite a significant investment over my tenure in this organization. I would say a good number for the last 5 years has been on average $1.2 million in terms of investment of the road surface. I'll say that number, or the amount of road surface that is completed relative to that number, varies depending on the road class. Obviously, our arterial and our residential collectors will see a larger amount of pavement that's required based on our standards of development. It goes a lot further in terms of our local roads, but there is a significant investment in terms of capital renewal. I'll offer that is also augmented operationally within the transportation group. There is road surface budget that's dedicated to potholes and patching and ensuring that the road surface meets the needs of our community, but it also is representative of the funding that's provided to that particular area. So I'll go one step further to say that if we had the money, could we do more? There's potential, but we also have to look at the market that we're in. We're in a rather small market, North Island. There's only one particular contractor that currently does this type of work for us. And so just like us, just like everyone else in terms of community, but not only from a private perspective, there's quite a bit of demand, and there's only so much sunlight in one particular year in order to pave surfaces. So we do the best we can, and we work with the schedules that are around us to support the continued growth, both from a development services demand perspective, but also from our own.
I think the message is though that we're not having cutbacks in our road maintenance from year to year.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I think one of the things, and Kyle, we've spoken about this, I believe, like if there are big potholes that people notice, they can submit that so that staff can respond in a timely fashion. So I think that's the other side, is that if there is something that's significant and a hazard, that once the city's made aware of it, it'll get dealt with in a timely fashion. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a fantastic point, right? We talked earlier about the administrative team that we have at Public Works that are our frontliners. They're taking calls from the public, creating public inquiries and responses for our staff. We don't have enough staff to do a complete review of the city all the time. And so the eyes and the ears of the ground really are the residents, and we support and encourage those calls. I myself make public inquiries as I notice things as I come into work to try and ensure that they meet, they get it, the attention that they deserve. So absolutely, we have a very responsive staff, and we always aim to work towards correcting those issues as we know of them.
Yeah, and not only that, but if there's a place, and I just happened to live next to Cowichan Avenue, which was not one of the best streets, but because it was waiting for the crossing and the province to do some work, being able to let people know. And again, I think staff are really good at articulating, either we're going to fix it right now, or this is the reason why it's in this schedule to get done at a particular time. So just want to give kudos to staff for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a very important statement. I appreciate you stating that. There are sometimes frustrations that we receive at Public Works in terms of calls relative to road assets or road classifications that are towards the end of their useful life, and they are intentfully at times left in that status so that they can align with other projects. Or that the capital program is coming around to meet up with that demand. I think Cousins would be a good example of that. You'll see that in the capital program from a design perspective for our engineering team that's going to be looking at it. And we know that road is near end of its useful life, but it's coming too.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Next. Is that good? Next slide. I wanted to point out, as you'll see in the slide that follows this, we're going to talk about the investment in terms of the CNP, but this is a really good depiction of the proposed 5-year implementation plan for cycling priorities within the city of Courtenay, which will really expand on the existing cycling network. And I know the finality of this is still to come in terms of council review and adoption. But just in terms of financially being supported within the budget, it's been presented here in terms of a 5-year implementation plan on the forward with an investment of roughly $250,000 in terms of asset infrastructure within our community. I think the one key highlight of this that I'd like to articulate is that at the completion of 2027, this will be 75% of the entirety of the plan, whether in a full term or an interim solution in terms of the cycling network plan. So all of our existing assets plus what's presented in terms of 5-year implementation will be a total of 75% of the entirety of the plan, which is really, really exciting. Kind of the precursor into the next slide, if I may. which is what we're proposing for 2023 in terms of the plan, which is inclusive of First Street, Willamar, Fourth, portions of Piercy. And then just reflecting back on some of the good work that's been done over the course of time. I couldn't fit it all in one slide, but I'd like to show a cumulative total of the works that have been completed over, the last 5 years or so. And really since 2016 to today, inclusive of what we're proposing for 2023. And if you just add the Rotary Trail to that, that's a total of 31.8 total kilometers of active transportation within our community, which is quite exciting. If you add all the other little pieces, the little connections and the things you might not consider, it takes us up to about 41.6 in terms of total. So we're approaching 17% comparatively speaking to our road network infrastructure. So we're really climbing, which is really great to see.
Thanks.
So this represents $250,000 in terms of implementation. That includes $200,000 for the infrastructure itself, with $50,000 set aside for design. Speaking to the Cycling Coalition and that emphasis on design, the really hard areas, identifying what key solutions will be there, and putting out the big picture stuff for a AAA facility or fully protected facilities for grant application is really part of that focus and part of that implementation plan. And that's something that we're really excited to present, to be able to continue to build that inventory of shelf ready design for grant application is really exciting to do. Next slide. Administration and fleet, not a lot in administration. Fleet's a bit of a let's look back before we can look forward story. Obviously, the procurement of vehicles for 2022 has occurred, and we're still in waiting for those. And that's the reality of the market in terms of ordering vehicles and getting them delivered. We're hopeful that much of what we've procured in 2022 will see delivery in 2023. We've got some pretty solid timeframes for Q3 for the transportation services 5-ton single axle vehicle with snow equipment. The bylaw services truck and the development services hybrids are still pending. We're very hopeful that we'll see something for Q3, Q4 2023, but there's still no guarantees in terms of those two assets. We've elected to not pursue light duty vehicle purchases in 2023 with a recommendation to continue with heavy vehicle equipment, and then focus on the installation of the EV chargers at the public works station so that we can then evolve into a 2024 and beyond light duty vehicle transition to EV. So that'll be the focus of the work that falls to our civic properties division for the installation of those assets. That RFP is well in hand, and hopefully, as we that's a carry forward from last year. So that one really doesn't have a whole lot of hold up in order for us to progress with that. We're super excited with that project. That will enable us then to transition away from gas and diesel and focus on electrification of our mid-size to small fleet assets. Not to skip over, but transportation services backhoe for the renewal of that particular asset, and then the parks maintenance mower with attachments, which is twofold. And I think I spoke to this before. Really, when we look at our parks maintenance assets, we look at them from a multifaceted perspective. We want to ensure that they not only serve a function from a park services perspective, whether that be mowing grass or what have you, but that there's a transitional opportunity to support our winter operations. The parks team plays a massive part of our sidewalk clearing and our trails to maintain our active networks through the snow and ice control season. We look at those assets to be multifaceted. And so some of the attachments you'll see there with an additional 80,000 is to support that transitional opportunity for usage of those vehicles.
And just because you talk about that transitional thing, and it's come up, I think pretty much every year I've been elected, and I'll just throw out the word Snowgate, which is a positive thing for some people, but just whether or not that's something that will be considered going forward.
So currently not something we consider. Snowgates are very appropriate for graders. Not so much for the inventory of snow fighting equipment that we have. We have one grader that's quite aged. So beyond that, we wouldn't be able to utilize that particular asset in a fulsome sense within our community.
Thanks very much.
Next slide. Parks, trails and cemetery, so 2023 capital. We'll start off with pedestrian bridge replacement. We talked a little bit about that with our operational team in terms of inventory. That is a rolling renewal that we see every year. We have quite a few pedestrian related bridges within our network in our community, and we like to look towards renewal of those assets to a more robust product as we transition away from wood into an aluminum structure that has quite a substantially longer useful life, which we're seeing quite a great value for. Alternatively, if we're not utilizing aluminum structures, we're using concrete structures in their places to support the longevity of those particular assets. So this year's focus is on Lake Trail at the end of 31st Street. You'll see as the rotary trail transitions from paved surface to a gravel surface. That's right about where I'm speaking to in terms of that particular asset renewal. Playgrounds. Playgrounds is an exciting one to talk about. Like I said, with the infusion of an additional $500,000 into the playground funding, we're able to focus not only on the replacement of assets for the Riverside Fit Park, but also net new acquisition for Brookfield, looking at Woodcote Park accessibility focused, and then Trumpeter Glen. These are the highest ranks in terms of priority for operations. We're going to work collaboratively with our Rec, Culture and Community Services group as an output out of the recommendations of the implementation of the Parks and Rec master plan. And really that joint focus is to ensure that the asset type chosen for the park is representative of the need globally across the community, but also for the area. We don't want to just pick one out of a manual or a book. We want to make sure that it's meeting the needs of the community and that we have the diversity of the assets to support our community long-term. As Director Davidson alluded to, the Dingwall Stairs was grant funded through BCAT, which is super exciting to see that. That's the image that you see in this presentation. That's the rendering, and we have all anticipation and hope that Mr. Davis is going to be able to deliver just as it's depicted now. We're very excited about this project. We're super excited that we were able to break some boundaries within BCAT in terms of granting. This one was talked about quite a bit. We met with the grant authority to talk about this particular project because it really encapsulated the opportunities of the BCAT program, thinking outside the box. Not just bike lanes on the side of the road, but all active means of active transportation. And so we're very excited that they chose us to fund this particular project, and we're super excited to see it come to fruition. I know that that particular location will be quite receptive to this, and we hope to see quite a bit of use as we go forward. So we'll let Chris bring us through to finality with that. In terms of BCAT,
just one question. Maybe I'll just see Councillor McCullum had a question or comment.
Yeah, thanks. It's just in relation to one of the items on this slide, the last one, the Lake Trail multi-use path. I see that it's listed in the budget and as a possible grant funding opportunity, but it was my understanding, and maybe I've got this wrong, that we weren't successful with that application.
You are correct. So it was not successful in terms of application, so the project will not be going forward within 2023. That said, and much like the Dingwall Stairs, we want to take another crack at it. We have 2 application opportunities per community for active transportation. So I want to take it back to the grant authority and have another conversation with them about that project, as well as work collaboratively with our regional partners and work with the CBRD. They're working through the implementation strategy planning process right now for the regional active transportation plan. And so if we can continue to work together, show connectivity, the project creates a lot more opportunity for infusion in terms of grant potential. And so we want to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we didn't get some help from higher levels of government on that, just especially in relation to how it serves the younger school population. But I guess where I'm not clear is why we still have it listed as a 2023 item if it will likely have to wait until the next funding cycle, or it wouldn't go ahead in this year, would it?
No.
Because it jumps out as an item that has a fairly significant tax impact in the capital budget, that it's related to a 0.76 tax increase on page 38. So I'm wondering if that is going to be amended or how that works exactly.
Over to Adam.
I can help answer that one.
Thanks.
Do you remember the reserve for future expenditures? This money, if we tax for it in the 23 year and the project doesn't get to go forward because it's waiting some grants, that money would stay in that reserve for future expenditures until the year it gets used. So if we remove it from the 23 capital plan and push to the 24, we run into the risk of having successful grants late in 23, and then we have to wait on it. By leaving in the plan this year, we tax for it, we save that money off to the side and go after the grants as they come available.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And Mr. Garber,
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum, some of the feedback that we have heard in some of our grant applications, if there is money set aside already for our portion, it's something that looks very favorably by the funders as well. Just letting council know, there's been some deliberations and there's an upcoming elected officials forum where the proposal is to talk about key capital projects, and this would be an opportunity for us to highlight to the large number of properties that front on Arden that are actually in electoral area about that and highlight that and help to plan for 2024 on that side. We are, I think the advantage of having that money aside is if there are other rounds and other projects and other types of grants that come up, we're ready to go. It's clearly been identified as a council priority and community priority, and that's why we did the planning work to get ahead of this. It was really unfortunate that it wasn't funded, given its importance in the community.
All right.
Great, thank you for that. So now that that one's been addressed, the secondary project that staff have identified in terms of application to BCAT is the Fifth Street design and completing Fifth Street where it left off from Menzies, taking it down to Lake Trail or Willamar. That would be presented in an interim fashion. So it would be a painted facility with intersection improvements at Woods. So the curb extensions would still be a part of that project, improving that crossing at that particular location. But the second half of Fifth would be similar to that of 17th Street, where it'd be in a painted format in terms of protection. So the overall impact in terms of project cost is relatively low, comparatively speaking, to the full build out, but it shows the interim and the connectivity in terms of the cycling network plan, which we hope will be seen fairly favorable in terms of the granting authority as well.
Excellent. And just with that Woods intersection, I mean, it became a focal point, I think, last fall when school resumed, especially by Puntledge there. So if we're looking at a 2023 grant application, but just for design, we're really looking at the potential is maybe that gets grant or not grant in 2023. But if we're looking at when it actually the work gets done, we're probably looking at 2024 at the earliest, with the wind at our back, but it could be further out than that as well. Just so our expectations are managed.
Correct. You are correct. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, looking to design, apply, and then potentially be successful. So implementation would then be down the path. And you're correct. Likely as early as late 2023, but more likely for 2024.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, I don't see any further questions. I'll back to you.
Next slide. This slide is really just an imagery slide just to show the conditions of the existing assets of the Riverside Park and then the potential for net new assets. Again, we'll be working with our friends over at REC to identify the needs relative to the asset and look to renew, as well as renew the soft surface that's there with a surface that's very similar to that of the Splash Park. It's not a pieced one, but rather one that's laid in place to support easy and mobility opportunities within that particular park. Next slide. Again, imagery just showing the improvements that our great team and our parks team has done relative to the replacement of assets and taking it from a fairly old bridge structure that's kind of soft into something that's more permanent and it's going to see a threefold, if not fourfold, life extension of those assets. And the last slide for me is just facade improvements for the museum. You'll see that the sandstone on the exterior started to deteriorate, and so from a capital perspective, the Civic Properties Group has been allocated $60,000 to look at the potential solutions and remediation of those particular sandstones on the side of that historic property. That's it for me.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Hey, we're just going to take a
Right after this slide is a really good time.
okay. You maybe
Next
you
slide.
recapture or rekindle their interest.
Funding sources. Oh, it's nice to be back again, Mayor and Council. Talking about the capital funding sources, it's a really nice snapshot of where the capital plan is being funded from over the next 5 years. You see that taxation piece being relatively stable, and you'll notice in 25, we have a bit of a dip. And you'll notice in a number of slides when you talk about taxation, that dip presents itself again. In the final years, 27, we are leaning heavily on debt because we have some pretty major projects that we don't have specific grant opportunities available yet. However, if you don't have the capital project in your capital plan funded, it's essentially impossible to apply for a grant because it doesn't show to the grantors that council is serious about this project. So we have those in there as essentially placeholders right now. It does look scarier, but if you look at the annual debt servicing cost, even in 2027, we're $3.1 million for debt servicing, and that's still a fair number. We're very safe within our debt servicing limits. Next slide. And there is a really good break before we get into the taxation surplus discussion.
We'll just take a 10-minute recess.
We make it 5.
All right, we're back. Thanks very much. We'll pass it back over to Adam and get back into taxation and then, of course, surplus.
Wonderful. Very nice to be here once again. Next slide, please. We're going to get right into taxation and surplus. We have, we're at slide 75 of 87. I'm very disappointed that our slide numbers didn't show up in the presentation because we worked quite hard at making sure they matched. Bringing that together, taxation, property taxation basics. I want to just outline some basic things so we all know what we're talking about. Property tax is the main method a municipality raises funds. It's the tools we're given. Property tax is kind of used as a proxy to determine one's ability to pay. Is it perfect? No. Has it worked fairly well for a while? Yes. And it's a tool we're given. It is interesting that the property tax could be considered like a wealth tax because you don't have to be generating income to create tax. When you listen to tax fairness and different ideologies out there, wealth tax is something that comes up. Property tax mimics that. The next piece, assessment, is the value of your property. You multiply that by the tax rate, and that gets you your property tax value. Too often I see people quoting that, you know, this town has a property tax rate of this. How come isn't not the same as a different town? Well, it all depends on what your assessment is. You can't compare a property tax rate among different towns because there are different assessments going on. And again, you can't compare a property tax rate year to year because we have that big assessment change that can occur. If the assessments didn't change ever, well, then you could change your property tax rates. But we all know that assessments historically here have been, you know, quite volatile. We've seen upwards of a 30% swing in a single year. And this year we're seeing a much more reasonable swing. Next slide, please.
Councillor Hilliard.
Oh.
Adam, thanks, Mayor. I noticed you didn't have a line on willingness to pay, which we hear about from time to time. It's maybe not a technical term.
It is challenging for me to quantify that.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask. How do we quantify it? Is it pitchforks at City Hall, or we all get thrown out next time, or like? I mean, I've heard it talked about quite frequently, but I've never actually heard it quantified. And the reason I bring it up is because, as you acknowledged later in the presentation, we're looking at the largest tax increase probably in a generation.
Right. And I think Mr. Garbutt wanted to make a comment on that.
Thank you. Through the mayor, it's a wonderful question, Councillor Hillian. Part of the reason why the community satisfaction survey, like there's been a lot of discussion, citizen budgeting, et cetera. And these are the kind of questions that we ask from people. This is why these kind of interactions with the general public are really important, because you, as you said, sometimes I believe you said pitchforks, and then you also have lots of asks, and council hears very often a very large asks of people on top of already our existing budget. So these are really important for us to do that, and that's why we really appreciate council's support in our discussions, and that will be upcoming. But that's one way to do that. And as we build these surveys, we start to trend and understand what the community needs are. And we start to look at core services, emerging services, and then, you know, strategic initiatives. So I just wanted to provide that feedback.
Thanks.
Excellent. Next slide, please. So this really outlines our assessment changes. The top graph or table is the market change. So property that's existed in the current year, how its value changes to the next year. We're mainly residential tax base here. And since 2018 to 2023, there's been an 82% change in value. That brings it to that if you look at the tax rate from 2018, it is no representation of what taxes collected would be today. You can see that the commercial class, which is our next largest taxation class, hasn't seen the same volatility in assessment change. And that drives some of the future slides about how we allocate the tax burden. The next table down there is our non-market change. So that's the new growth, the item, the buildings and properties are being taxed for the very first time. In 2020 and through the COVID years, there was this expectation that all development would absolutely fall off. But we're seeing that, you know, these projects still continued on and they're coming online and seeing that assessment hit the roll for the first time in 22. Now we're looking at that 23. Is that a result of maybe that slowdown that did occur in early 2020? Because it does take a couple of years for the project to, you know, go all the way through construction and permitting till it actually hits our assessment roll. Next slide. So this is an identification of how the non-market change, so those new assessments, how they bring a change to a property taxation. I've only identified residential and commercial because those are the two classes that make up the majority of our tax revenue. And you can see year to year, there is volatility. Like in 2020, we had a $600,000 increase to property tax revenue just from new construction. You know, fast forward to 23 and we're, you know, down $170,000 of new revenue. Now, these changes make it or can make it challenging to budget going forward. And it could be an area where council could adopt different taxation policies of how to use this new money or the non-market change taxation that's being realized in the first year. And note in 2022 and 2018, there was actually negative non-market change in the commercial class. Typically, that's due to a property being subdivided and turned into a different class like residential. Next slide. This is property tax burden. So this is the amount of actual taxation revenue represented by the class. You'll notice that the city of Courtenay is fairly constant, between 64 and 65% of the total tax revenue comes from the residential class. The remainder comes from the commercial class. All the zeros you see, they may have small amounts, but they make up such a small piece of our overall taxation that they don't even compare to residential or commercial. Next, we can look at that asset distribution. When you look at these two items at the same time, you can see that, you know, of the total assessment of the city, 89% in 2023 is representative of residential. Only 10% is commercial, and everything else again makes up essentially almost zero. So you can see, you know, 89% of our taxable value is residential, yet it only carries 65% of the tax burden. Is that fair? That's to be determined. We're in line with what we've done in the past. These rates aren't out to lunch when you look at other comparable communities, ones that have a similar asset distribution. There are communities with an even smaller commercial tax base.
And we have a question or comment from Councillor Juncker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think given that, as Councillor Hillian alluded to, this is going to be a hard pill to swallow for many people, given the economic realities that our community members are facing and our small businesses are facing. I think that this slide reminds me of the conversation we had in the workshop around the equitable distribution of our tax burden in the community. And I'm just seeing on page 24 of the staff report, the proposed tax increases for those other classes that are listed here, particularly just wanting to highlight utilities at 25% and recreational at 25%, light industrial at 9.7 and farm at 9.7. You know, I'm really happy to see that we're starting to consider utilities in a way that's, you know, these are large, often multinational corporations who, you know, have not been necessarily paying their fair share, in my opinion, of the tax burden in the community. And I note here in the staff report, you've done an analysis of where the city's been at with some of the taxations for those classes. So I'm wondering if you can speak to specifically the light industrial, recreational, and utility proposed tax increase.
That's a really good question. Looking at utility tax rates, they are capped in legislation. And when we look to comparative communities and what their tax rates are, it is quite common to always match that cap of utility tax rate to the legislated cap. City of Courtenay has not been doing that. There's been quite a focus on the tax multiplier as a function of the residential tax rate. If you'll look on the past slide, how the utility class has not changed very much in assessed value, yet the residential class has changed significantly in assessed value. When you're using just one metric to judge your tax distribution, you can end up with results that might not be exactly what you wanted. We can see that, in a given year, the utility class is below the change in residential. When this approach is used for many years, we have seen the utility tax rate shrink year over year, even though the taxes levied, the actual cash out of that class has been decreasing, when taxes for other property classes may have been increasing in those years. It is my recommendation to bring the utility tax rate back up to the legislated maximum. It would be in line with many other communities, like probably the majority of communities in BC. And it will take time to get there. So it took a lot of time to get this tax rate as low as it is. So looking at a 25% increase, it may sound like a big change, but when you look at the actual cash value change in that taxation class, it is much more palatable, you could say. This trend follows through to our recreation nonprofit class. They're a very small asset class here, and it represents recreation properties. It could be a ski hill, a harbor, a golf course, campgrounds. Those type of properties are typically quite land heavy in their use. To fall into this class, you must be essentially like running a business. So the golf course, the harbors, they fall in here. The taxation treatment historically has been to tax these recreational properties at the same rate as residential properties. And when we see that, is my recommendation that we should get these profit-driven properties paying property tax at the same rate as their commercial counterparts. It is not appropriate to have a golf course that is making a profit of its land pay at the same tax rate as a resident who's just trying to survive in their house. You had identified light industry. Light industry is seeing the same taxation change as residential, commercial, and the farm classes at the 9.7% over last year's taxation. Light industry is a very small asset class. It is when you take a already sort of manufactured project and finish it off. A really good example is the Buzzbomb and Zinger fishing lure factory in town. They're very similar to a commercial property, and their assessments mirror them pretty well. So it is a normal approach to try to match the commercial and light industrial tax rates together. You won't always see them exactly one for one, because depending on their assessment change year to year and how the class grows, you may have some slight variation.
Thank you.
Now, next slide. Can we go back to the slide before the property tax burden? So looking at the assessment distribution and the property tax burden, even though we're bringing up these rates significantly for utilities and recreation, it is still not having any actual impact beyond a fraction of a percent of our overall tax take. It's almost more of a practice of what is the fair thing to do versus what actually gets us money. We could essentially tax these properties at zero, and it wouldn't have a material impact to the city's overall tax take. Next slide, please. So this is quite a powerful slide because it really shows, what are the comparable communities and how do we compare on how much tax we collect. So this information is taken from BC Statistics, and I've only identified the property tax controlled by the municipality and the fees and charges controlled by the municipality for each of the comparable communities. I took the 9 communities in population closest to the city of Courtenay and their taxation. So, some people say that we have really high taxes and it's, we have to do everything we can to lower them. When you look at this, we see, a residential house is on the bottom of that scale. Even Salmon Arm and Campbell River, they both have they have bigger commercial tax base, and Salmon Arm has an industrial tax base, which should augment the burden on the residential property. We can see the North Cowichan and Fort St. John are both lower than this. Fort St. John benefits from industrial taxation base, a very large commercial taxation base, being a center for oil and gas. Plus, they receive significant funds from the Peace River Agreement, which is a grant coming from the provincial government from oil and gas royalties in the area. When we compare to just communities around us, that's the table on the right, we see that again, we fall very low on that scale. I was surprised to see that Port Alberni, with a substantial industrial taxation base, has a higher residential property tax take than the city of Courtenay. We have to really determine what kind of services do we want and are we willing to tax for them. If our analysis came out that the city of Courtenay was in the top 3 taxers and council wanted to add more and more services, and might say, hey, we're starting to become an outlier here. Alternatively, we're an outlier on the low end. Next slide.
I think it's.
Councillor McKellen.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'll be brief. I think this is maybe more of a comment, but you may want to respond. When I first saw this chart, I was fairly surprised. I think the local community comparison is probably easier for us to kind of visualize. But I'm wondering if you could comment on how much, because this is only really showing, and maybe I'm making an assumption here, but this is just showing the city of Courtenay tax impact, not bringing in our regional district taxation, or is it including both?
The number referenced here is the each municipality's property tax for municipal purposes. So what their council would have control of, and utility fees that they have control over. So like any parcel taxes, sewer and water user fees. So it's identifying the items that that local council from Penticton or Cranbrook has direct control to influence. I left out any exterior taxing authority like the regional district or the hospital district or the school.
Right, that makes sense. So that would be the numbers that we would account for in this chart. I guess the point that I wanted to make is that and I don't know, but I'm thinking like a community like Squamish, or even maybe Port Alberni, that's in a regional district where the services are a lot more spread out, that it's likely that all of their recreation services are probably delivered at the city level, whereas we've kind of have some of that burden divvied up. So I think it would maybe change it slightly, but it doesn't really change the fact that we are definitely sitting on the low end. And I'm sure that there's maybe other things that we're delivering that other communities are not as well. But I just wanted to point out that could have an impact as well.
Yeah, and it is challenging to compare communities to communities because everything is different. Like Port Alberni has they don't have a volunteer fire department. They're paid all the time. However, they're more remote, so they may be providing those services like recreation that is shared service within the Comox Valley. Okay, next slide.
Oh, we got a couple more questions here. So next we have Councillor.
Well, I had a similar question and I'm not sure I'm understanding. I just want to clarify if those other communities you're including like water, sewer, garbage, the things that we might have teased out from our own taxes. Does that make sense?
So this information is coming from the BC Stats, and it's the fees and charges and taxation that the municipal council has direct control over. So if there is a water and sewer fee, that municipal council has direct control of that, so it would have been included. If we only look at taxation and exclude all the fees, it's not as comparable, because at times you have parcel taxes, or like the city of Powell River has a flat tax. It is considered property tax, but is just a $100 per home, and it wouldn't be reflected in the variable property tax.
So these numbers do capture sort of our water and sewer fees that go to the CVRD.
That's correct.
Essentially. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks. Adam, I was just looking at the distinction between Courtney and Comox, and although like communities aren't comparable, I was just wondering if, just back in the envelope, if Comox had hit 15,000 and let's say 15,806 people, would the change in sort of the RCMP contribution largely level the sort of our taxes and theirs out? Just, it's a common question that's asked, and I think it's useful to have an understanding of whether that's a factor that's roughly equivalent to the difference.
So when you hit that 15,000 population threshold, your RCMP coverage, instead of being 70%, it goes up to 90%. So you have to look at how many members do they have? And if a given member is $220,000 for the year, what's a 20% discount on that times the number of members? It contributes to the difference. I can't give an answer if it would bring them up to the same area. Cumberland, on the other hand, is under the 5,000, so they don't pay for RCMP services directly through their municipal taxation. There is a line on their tax bill given out by the province to contribute to RCMP.
And back to you.
Excellent. Next slide, please. This area, we're really digging into the assessment and where an average home falls. We have our average home has changed from 627,000 to 717,000 for 2023. That's a 13% increase. When we do this analysis, I looked at the 12,140 regular residential properties, you know, and it's interesting because I feel that there might be this perception that everybody's home is increasing in value wildly and everybody's living in $1 million home. But if you look at the data, you know, 23% of, or 28% of the population lives in a home valued at $500,000 or less. And if you go up with the incremental increase, you know, 87% of the city's population home is valued at valued at $1 million or less. You know, that's, some might say, the majority of everybody around. When you're getting up to those higher valued properties, the number of properties really falls off, and it really becomes, you know, who are the ones that may be most impacted by high property taxes? How many people are they? How many people that you don't hear from that are fine with their property taxes because they're living in the homes that are valued at 300,000? They're not having the same impact as that handful of people that have done well for themselves and are in those very high valued homes. I do want to point out that I did a bit of research with our homeowner grants. We can get data out of the age of the applicant. Over 65, you get an increased grant. Under 65, you're in the regular program. And it really gives us a test of, you know, where our age demographic of homeowners is falling. Data went back to 2012 and we saw that, you know, 57% of the population was under 65 that owned a home. Fast forward 10 years, that number has fallen down to 49.1%. So is that a signal that either more retirees are moving to town? Young people aren't able to afford a home, so they can't have the homeowner grant? Or are we seeing people staying and living in their homes longer? You know, the average lifespan has expanded, or is there not alternatives? Is there not suitable alternative housing as you age into something more appropriate? It's not a piece of data that we can do too much about, but it's a really interesting one for council to have in the back of their heads to see how their composition of the community is changing.
And we do have a question from Councillor Joker.
While my iPad is charging, I seem to recall in the staff report under the homeowners grant section, it was about 74% are claiming as a principal residence.
Yes, that's another piece. The homeowner grant, you have to be the principal residence to claim. So you have to be living in the house, and you can't claim it on a residential property. And it was interesting. It was a near 75% was the principal residence. And that number was growing by 0.75% a year for the last number of years that we had data for. So surprisingly, you may see in the news that everybody has vacant houses and everybody's buying up investment properties. But to the contrary, we're adding properties, and our total number of people living in the homes they own is increasing. That's a nice stat to see that it is on the rise. And it will be one that we'll watch over the next several years to see if it continues. Maybe the trend of people having a vacation home is starting to end. The people that maybe bought the homes a number of years ago with the plans of retirement are now moving in, causing that homeowner grant age to come up and causing that overall home occupancy to increase also.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up to that, thanks for that. And I guess I'm curious from your colleagues across the province and municipal government, is there kind of a threshold that we're looking at? And this might be for our city manager as well, but in terms of what makes up a livable community in terms of that percentage of occupants and residents who own homes who aren't necessarily claiming, and not that the homeowner grant is I'm sure super specific data set that provides us some sort of reflection of that, but it does give us something to go off of in terms of how many people are claiming primary residency in the community. I'm happy that you mentioned the vacancy tax, as I know a few other communities are considering that. And I think this is a valuable piece that was in the staff report for us to consider. And I'm wondering from a planning perspective and from I guess a bylaw perspective, is that something that your colleagues across the province are considering, what that threshold would look like?
That's a very big question, and I don't have an answer for that one.
Okay.
It's really, how would council influence what that does? It would be challenging, but there are tools. Is it something we need to consider and look at and we have control over? I'm not sure at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for that. And back to you, Adam.
Okay, next slide, please. So we're looking at the same approach for commercial assessment, being our second biggest tax payer. We have a surprising variation of commercial assessment. There are a large number of properties in that $500,000 or less. You can have a commercial property that was one piece, and it can be quite small. So the values can be small. When you get into the higher valued properties, they really start dropping off in the number of instances. If you look at the downtown core, the majority of properties are in that $2 million range to the $1 million range. That's essentially your downtown core. There was one or two that's at 3 million, and that'd be the larger, bigger buildings, but the majority are below $2 million. So what does that say for taxation? A $2 million property represents, if you're $2 million or below, that's 89% of the commercial taxpayers in the municipality. What the different story it shows is when you look at the cumulative assessment, it might be 89% of the number of properties, but it only represents 41% of the assessed value. So we have to balance the number of commercial properties with the value spread. We have in that $10 million plus range, there's only 11 folios, and they represent, the average taxation of about $300,000 a property. So it's a real balance to consider and to take into mind, like we have differences between that mom and pop and that big box store. The single largest commercial property is the mall property of, it's about $63 million in value, where you have your downtown core at a combined value is probably higher, but many different voices coming out. Next slide. This slide is really getting to how we got to the taxation change being recommended at 9.7. Over the past several years, we've had a pandemic occur, which really shook things up. Funding came out of the province to assist with that. However, what this has done, it has really stalled the tax increases over those 3 years. So in 2020, we drew on the COVID Safe Restart Grant, and the $2.1 million we did, it was representative of a 9% tax increase. So our inflationary costs continued to march along. We supplemented these changes by alternate uses of funding. For 2 years, we used COVID restart funds. Those We used all up by the end of 21. And in 22, we balanced the budget by a significant draw on prior year surplus. You can see the line of $2.49 million. Now that's a pretty big draw. It worked to balance it that year. If we continue with this trend of always relying on alternative sources of funding, our prior year surpluses will be gone within a matter of years. It's really the point where we either have to look at increasing taxes significantly to maintain and enhance the services, or change the entire strategic outlook that have been given so far and look at reducing the services to keep those taxes low. That bottom line in the slide is the real effective tax change that occurred year over year from the alternative funding sources. We're seeing 14, 11, and 16% changes in our revenue requirement funded from alternative sources. We're now in the stages where all those revenue sources are no longer there, and we have to decide how we're going to move forward with this.
And we got a question or comment from Councillor Jolicoeur again.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I think that's a really important context for our deliberations this evening in terms of the previous funding that came through COVID-19, and actually the costs to run our services were actually just as high, and they're just being supplemented through those grants. So I think that's important. I guess my question is in this slide that we have up in front of us right now, under utilities and recreation, we've seen a decrease from 21 to 22. And can you maybe highlight what those were? Was it a reduction in portfolios under those classes? Was it other factors that played into that?
So in 21 and 22, we still saw significant residential property value increases. So the assessed value increased. So we had to lower the property tax rate to maintain a reasonable tax change. So if we look at the method that this council was given to set tax rates for the other property classes, they were given the residential tax rate, which had been lowered because of the increased assessed value. And then we multiplied that by the tax multiplier, or the ratio. And since your base number, the residential rate, was lower, your multiplier impacted those other classes to lower those tax rates, even though they didn't have the same change in assessed value, which resulted in a lower tax rate and lower taxes collected from those classes.
Great, thank you.
The next slide. And so how do we move forward from this? So the plan presented, we have that top row is our total revenue required to balance the 23 financial plan is $32.6 million. And that would require a 16.3% tax increase. That number was not a number I was willing to bring to council. It was not in line with the other numbers seen in neighboring municipalities. We would have been the outlier like Lake Country that did a 17. What I've proposed here is using $1.4 million from prior year surplus to bring our taxation needs down to $31.2 million. This equates to a 9.7% change over what I call discretionary taxation. So this is taking out the non-market change portion because we can't control how much that will be. So we need an additional $2.7 million to balance the budget, given our draw on our prior year surplus of $1.4 million. Going forward to the next several years, we see the revenue requirement, that top row, it plugs along. And I noted earlier about the drop in the capital plans, taxation needs for that 2025 year. And you'll see the revenue requirement in 24, this is 34 million, and it actually drops to 33.9 million in 25. Since we have a couple options here, we could either drop the taxes and have a reduction in tax that year, or we could maintain smooth taxes and shift that money collected in 25, put in our pocket, save it for 26, so we don't have to have a big increase in 26. So if you look at the revenue requirement in the years 2024 versus 2026, there's a substantial change there. This is an approach to smooth that taxation change so we don't have to have these big adjustments. I want to draw your attention to the side of the slide there, the impact on surplus. So given that we were balancing the budget with prior year surplus, it could be an approach to take forward. What's presented here is we have $8 million in surplus at the end of 22. We have a few items that are carried forward, some of those projects that were identified in years past. We fund RCMP and a few other items from surplus. You know, if we use the surplus as presented here, we're going to end in 2027 with an expected $4.6 million surplus. It's still a fair number. It represents more than 10% of the annual taxation. We don't know year to year if there will be a surplus. There seems to be an idea that, oh, we always underspend somehow, but we can run into those times that, you know, things happen and we need to spend. We're always relying on surplus to balance. We could get ourselves into a tight spot where we require really sudden tax adjustments versus a smooth, consistent approach. Next slide. So that smooth, consistent approach is usually given to us through reserve contributions. So I want to highlight, these are expected balances of all our operating type reserves for the next 5 years. That one line that says total general reserves, we have fairly good amounts in 2022. We're leaning on them heavily for 23. And throughout the year, you can see that we kind of stagnated at $10 million mark. You know, to me, that shows, yeah, we have reserves, but are we using them appropriately? Do we have identified projects we want to save for? And what I see is we put money in 1 year and we take it out the following. It's our buffer for something really goes sideways. And this is where I wanted to bring up the purpose of a concise reserve policy to say, hey, in the machinery and equipment reserve, we want to have X amount of money so we can actually get to somewhere. Without that information, it gets hard for council to consistently want to put money into reserve because there's no real tangible direction they can say, hey, we're doing it for these purposes. Next slide. Oh.
Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, does this slide include the recent funding that we received, the 7.6 million? Or is that not? Because when we have contributions in the other slides, it was showing as a reserve contribution.
So that has gone into the new works and equipment reserve. It's kind of the reserve that we use to catch all. It's where gas tax lives, where different various of these funding pools live. We don't see a significant change because we have in the later slides, you'll see we're pulling it out relatively quick. And that actually might be an unupdated slide from when we got that money to how we treated it. Good catch. I'll have to double check that and get back to them.
Okay, thanks.
Good eye, Councillor McCollum. Back to Adam.
Oh yeah, next slide. Reserve contribution. So this is what council's putting in, about $3 million a year. What I want to highlight is, you know, we are identifying $3 million flowing into reserves annually. Piece of this is a number of these contributions are not from taxation or fees that the city collects. It's from alternate funding sources. So 1.5 million is coming from the community building fund, which is gas tax. So that almost represents 50% of the reserve contributions is not city generated money. So this is a risk because we may be under the assumption that we're contributing fairly to our reserves. But if those alternate funding sources change, we have significant change in our reserve contributions.
Yeah, that's generated another question.
Sorry, just a quick question on the community building fund, or what we like to call the gas tax. Is it announced year to year? I know sometimes we've had like an announcement of an increase, but like we have this as kind of a set amount in our 5-year plan. Like how confident are we on that number won't go down? Or
if my memory serves me correct, we have an agreement to the end of 24. I have wondered, you know, it's always retained that gas tax label. Are we going to see a reduction in gas tax as we see a reduction in gas consumption due to electric cars? And that funding source may significantly change. I don't know yet, though. I can't presuppose anything. That's correct, guaranteed. Okay, last slide. Second to last slide. The one that everyone's been waiting for, the recently announced BC Growing Communities Fund. So the city receives 7.655 million. Funds should be used for one-off costs for infrastructures and amenities as the information provided. The table on the right is where the allocation of the funds has been proposed. For simplicity, it's been shown in a single year. A couple of these projects are in 24 and 25. So like the playgrounds, we've spread it over 2 years. There'll be 500,000 in 2023 spend, another 500,000 in 2024. 6th Street Bridge is receiving $1 million. Eastside Fire Hall is $2 million. That project's not set to take place until 2025. So that's one of the later ones. I feel like there should be council discussion here.
Yeah, well, I'll maybe ask a question just because I've been asked many times. You know, the last item on the list is affordable housing, and given its critical nature, just kind of what the limitations are on that affordable housing. Like, is there only specific things we can use it for, or is it fairly wide open?
So the information received with this grant, it is not very detailed in what it can be specified for. And that's part of the beauty of this grant, is they left it open for the municipalities to do what they needed with that. And there isn't a requirement to report back and say we spend so much money on these items. If it fits within the general parameters, it should be a reasonable spend. You know, affordable housing is a multifaceted beast to deal with.
Fair enough. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. We have not developed our explicit approach on affordable housing. The community plan has talked about it. We have amenities to come forward. As I had said earlier, what seems to be 4 hours ago, that there is so many things changing amongst the world right now as it relates to land use regulation, amenity contributions, the like. We do know that there are a significant number of projects coming forward that will likely follow that affordable housing model. We've had asks for DCC payment, offsite work payment, and the like. And we see this as an opportunity to combine the revenues that we're getting from amenities, revenues we're getting from the MRDT, and utilizing this fund to develop a comprehensive approach. But right now, in addition to our already affordable housing fund that's been developed over the past, since that amenity fund was created. So we don't have a specific plan. We did respond to Minister Kang's notification in the announcement that it can be used for affordable housing. And based on our estimation of the nonprofit projects that we know we're aware, we also know that the city has land available, and we're going to be reaching out to BC Housing in that regard. And we've been advised that we do need to have concept plans developed, et cetera. So I think there's going to be lots of potential use for this, but we need to look at it strategically. So that's what based on the feedback we had from council, that's what we've identified as staff as a recommendation. Details TBD.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And question or comment from Councillor Jolicoeur?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the comments from the city manager around the affordable housing. I think that right now this is probably the #1 issue, and I know that the CVRD is also working on and supporting affordable housing projects in the community as a whole. I guess my curiosities are specifically around the small tool electrification and the renewable energy options. If we can kind of get an overview on what's being proposed. Obviously I can infer from the titles, but maybe a little bit more specifics on those and what we were thinking in the years that we're thinking about spending that.
And you'll have to turn to your right for Mr. Garbutt.
I'll speak to the two items and then potentially in terms of the timing. So the small tool electrification and renewable energy options go towards council's commitment on our greenhouse gas generation and our general environmental footprint that's envisioned in the community plan. We've had pretty significant public feedback on our ability to look at our somewhat maybe potentially significantly polluting hand tools that operate throughout our organization. Our fire service has actually already transitioned away from gas-powered options, weed eaters, saws and chainsaws, et cetera. So that's an opportunity to utilize this money to make a big move on something that is been identified both by council previously and the public as a potential. And then our buildings are oriented in a way that could take advantage of renewable energy. And again, the purpose of these grants is to help us make some capital investments that will go towards the strategic priorities that we identified through the community plan. With respect to the timing, maybe Mr. Langmeyer can talk about when we plan on those being utilized in the budget cycle.
Both those two items are set for 2024, so we want to do a bit of legwork to really determine the best use of them.
All right, are we good to continue to the last slide?
Perfect. And the summary. We've made it through 87 slides. You have a 100-page document in front of you, and you have a balanced financial plan bylaw for your consideration. You know, this financial plan maintains existing services and blends some improvements to the services. We have bylaw officers, you know, with the manager of capital projects, community social development specialist. These are items that are, you know, part of council's strategic plan. And again, I want to reiterate in the report, I say this is a transitionary financial plan. We're a new council. We're getting our feet under us, and it'll be exciting over the next 4 years of where this plan can take us. And that's me.
So there's a recommendation. There we go. 3.5 hours of pure bless. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We can ask questions. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks. I'm just a little confused because your summary slide has got $620,000 on playground improvements. Yeah, on the slide before, we're talking about $1 million for playgrounds.
Yeah, so in 2024 or 2023, we had already identified $120,000 for playground improvements. That was in the regular budget. With the Growing Communities Fund, we added $500,000 in 23 to bring the total playground equipment, which should really be parks improvement, or up to $620,000. In 2024, there was zero budgeted for playground improvements. We put $500,000 in.
Okay, and then the other thing I'm wondering, do we have any sort of a figure based on the 7.65 million and where that's being applied in terms of what difference that's making to our current year's taxation? It's the point Councillor McCollum raised at the last meeting about you know, whether that 7.6 million is helping us with this year's tax rates or not.
I can speak to that one. 6th Street Bridge, we're taking $1 million that we would have been spent on borrowing and using this grant. So over the next 20 years, the interest impact on $1 million. Eastside Fire Hall, no impact there because we increased the budget on that one because we originally was at $6.5 million. Realistically, in 2025, that project is likely going to be more. McPhee Meadows was another one where we're able to reduce borrowing a bit. The implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, it was a relatively small amount. I want to say $100,000 was originally identified. It has all been replaced. So there's $200,000 in 24 and 25 that is being augmented with this. So it's not being added on, it's replacing it to reduce the tax take. There we go. So I don't have quantification numbers in front of me. We have the big impacts are the 6th Street Bridge and the borrowing over 20 years.
Yeah, and part of the reason I'm asking is because you indicated that it would have been a 16.5% tax increase if we hadn't taken the amount out of reserves. But that doesn't tell us how much these dollars made a difference if they did. You see what I mean?
And part of the question might be that the Building Communities or Growing Communities Fund had some criteria, or maybe some criteria that was for growth that
Yeah, so part of the issue that I identified earlier of supplementing your tax increase by alternate sources of funding is this exact issue happening. We get funding coming out from other levels of government that, takes away the need or desire to increase taxes. If you look, this funding source is limited to capital program. And go way back to the capital side, we have actually only about $1.3 million of current year taxation flowing into our capital program. So instead of peppering this amount of money on a whole bunch of small existing projects, we took the approach to identify a few large ones versus just identifying the projects to strictly reduce the tax take.
Yeah, and I appreciate the rationale, and I appreciate the project list. I just think it would be helpful for us if we had a really clear message around how much did the 7.65 million enable us to make a difference to this year's tax rates, if any, as opposed to what we took out of reserve and what we've taken from taxation.
Mr. Garber just wants to make a comment.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. The application of these monies is towards capital projects and primarily future borrowing. I would not say that it's been utilized to reduce the tax burden for this year. That wasn't the intention of the province distributing those monies. It's to fund growth related infrastructure. And so it has not been utilized to bring down our tax rate. What we brought forward is a balanced financial plan that looks at sustainable service delivery and sustainable taxation level to deliver those core services. And our recommendation to council is to utilize that $7.65 million primarily on capital projects because we don't have significant reserves that will defer future costs of borrowing, which are taxed by taxpayers through the future. We can do some analysis and provide some additional information, but that isn't our recommendation from staff to bring that down. We've brought forward with a combination of strategic work, application of our revenue, gaming, gas tax, et cetera, and recommended a taxation level that over the 5-year financial plan allows us to be in a good position to address strategic priorities. The Growing Communities Fund, we think can be balanced to meet our strategic needs in the community and make sure as we grow, we have support for active transportation, our public green space, the playgrounds and recreation that our families and seniors utilize. And we think it is a prudent use of those monies. And we do recognize, and some of council had talked about an extremely large tax increase, that we, given our past history, we need to bring ourselves we're recommending that council consider placing ourselves in a sustainable taxation perspective. But Adam can quantify the monetary impact of the $7.65 million over the 5-year financial plan, I think.
I'll just make one more comment because I'm obviously not making myself clear. Just as one example, if we're funding the 6th Street Bridge with $1 million from this fund, then presumably that's money we don't have to borrow this year.
That's correct.
So that would make a difference to our tax rates for this year.
Yeah. So I just did the calculation. Borrowing $1 million over 20 years is an $800,000 savings in interest over 20 years. So by choosing to put $1 million into the 6th Street Bridge, we're not spending $800,000 in interest over the next 20 years. That's at 4% on a 20-year loan.
So, okay. It would still, I would still find it helpful to have, those certain amounts as a cumulative figure. And what difference that makes in terms of what we're borrowing this year and how that's making a difference to this year's tax bill. So.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And Mr. Garvin.
If I will, just, thanks, Councillor Hillian, we're not trying to be obstructive, but the primary impact of this is related to borrowing, and the cost savings are realized over a longer term. But we'll work with financial services staff to make sure that we have the ability for council to explain how these are being utilized. Thanks. Totally reasonable question.
Appreciate that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just to pick up on what Councillor Hillian's asking for, I think also in previous budget presentations, we've seen how much of the proposed budget increase is related to increased borrowing. So maybe if that number was broken out, it would be easier to discuss the change. But that's not what I was going to speak to. Well, of course, it would be nice to be discussing a much lower tax increase. But I mean, this is really the reality that we find ourselves in, and it's, sounds like it's a fairly common situation right across BC, and I imagine probably across North America. I listed off where our new spending is coming from, and we're almost doubling the amount of money that is required to address urban issues, although some of that was reallocated from another fund, but it looks like about maybe an additional 35% and some reallocation. In any case, it's significant. We're looking at more the bylaw staff and policy work, which again has a lot to do with the urban issues and our housing affordability, and a lot of challenges that Councillor Hillian spoke to at a different part of this meeting. Another big increase is fire and police response, which can tie into that, and also just the increasing needs in our community. And there is an increasing public expectation on the services and the response that the city is to provide our community. And although it would be nice to be discussing a smaller increase, I think what we hear a lot more about is not decrease taxes, but provide more service. That's what my email inbox is full of, that the city is not doing enough to address this, that response time is slow on one matter or another, and we won't be able to address these challenges that we hear about daily unless we're willing to fund them. And I think from what I understand from engaging with the community is that is the expectation right now, not trying to find a way to whittle things down to make the number sound better when we go out to the public with it. The other piece is that inflation was 7 or 8%, depending on what metric you use in the last year. That was a number we probably couldn't even contemplate when we talked about the budget last year, that seemed an impossible number. So we are living through a very unusual time. We also benefited from the COVID restart money, which we did use to keep taxes low in a very uncertain time. But inevitably we have to make that up. So it's a combination of things. But I don't see a lot here that I take an issue with, other than, I wish that it was easier to come up with a smaller increase, but I accept it for what it is, and I'm comfortable supporting the recommendation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Moore.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Councillor McCollum said many of the things I was going to say around the restart funds, kind of creating an artificial kind of tax increase last time, the inflation rate. But I did want to point out, my understanding from the report is that the average tax change is $164.51, correct?
Yes, that is correct for the taxes alone. When you look, there is a page that identifies the taxes and utility fees.
Yes.
So the all-in change, the average home is $252 for the year.
$252. Yeah.
Which is an 8.6% change over prior year.
Yeah. So I mean, the percentage looks high, but what's actually coming out of the pockets is for all the things that we spent the last 4 or 5 hours talking about, all the things that you're getting for your $250 more, I mean, I'd be hard pressed to, I mean, sure, there are going to be some people that might feel that, you know, they're living in lower incomes than have, you know, expensive houses that they've been in for years or whatever, and they don't have that higher income. But overall, it's the dollar amount is not a huge number, and hopefully people will consider the things that Councillor McCollum said in terms of the things that people want and that we're trying to deliver on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. It has been a long conversation. I'll maybe just make a comment that I do want to just thank staff for not just the information presented tonight, but the workshops and the information provided over the last few months, basically since the election, to really prepare us for this conversation. It's absolutely something that all of council, I believe, acknowledges in terms of like, this is a higher tax increase. But that is balanced out by the fact that, you know, we had record low increases over the last 4 years, especially if you compare us with other local governments in our area. And we are dealing with some unprecedented times. And I think it is a question of balance. Again, the number that hasn't been talked about as much tonight is that to get us to a sustainable amount this year in one go is actually 16%, I believe. And so this is actually smoothing that out over a period of time to get us back up to a point where we have a sustainable tax base so that we can move forward. And I think that's the challenging part of using grant monies, is you still need that base tax to keep it sustainable year over year. And that gets lost, I think, in a lot of these conversations. And it's very complicated, and I just want to thank everybody for all their effort and attention tonight. Councillor Morin.
Sorry, I just wanted to make one point. I know that you did have the comparable increases from before from other communities. And I know people do compare. So I've been keeping track of some of the increases that have been finalized. Campbell River 11.27, Duncan 9.57, so very similar. Port Alberni's around 8. Victoria is over 9%, I believe. Of course, Surrey is, I think, 17. So, I mean, once we take a look at all the different budgets of the other municipalities, we may find that we're somewhere in the middle or possibly even lower than that. So I don't think that, I know people do compare to other communities, so I don't think we're off the charts in that regard. Is fair to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks to Councillor McCollum for her excellent summary. Thanks to staff for all the amazing work. I'd like to move the recommendation that council give first, second, and third readings to 2023-2027 Consolidated Financial Plan Bylaw 3096-2023.
Okay, that's been seconded. I'll also just note that our comment, I'd like to thank anybody who's still watching and has made it this far. And with that, if there's no further comments or questions, I'll call all those in favor. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Again, thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. And we have a couple more items on the agenda. So we're going to move into 11.12. He's been very riveted by this conversation, I'm sure. So
you guys are awesome. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rod Armstrong. I'm the manager of utilities, asset management, technical services through the city manager to mayor and council. I'm pleased to present this staff report, solid waste collection service, extra yard waste. Purpose of this report is to present council with an interim solution for the collection of additional yard waste beyond the 360 liter per residential dwelling unit limit by amending the current collection service agreement to include the option to purchase additional yard waste tags. In response to the public request for more flexibility, council has requested that staff explore options allowing for additional yard waste collection beyond the 360 limit based on the purchase of yard waste tags for the remainder of 2023. Staff engaged in a cost analysis to set the price per yard waste tag by looking at the estimated cost of the tipping fee, administrative cost, negotiated cost of the service provision. With these considerations, the cost per tag is recommended to be set at a rate of $5 per tag. The administration of yard waste ticket system offers the service equitability, and the data gathered will allow staff to gain better understanding of the areas in the city that require a higher volume of yard waste to be collected. It will also enable staff to evaluate the most appropriate solutions to explore for the inclusion in the 2024 automated collection system. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
All right, Councillor McCollum.
Make my question as short as possible. This was great. Thank you for bringing this forward in a timely manner, as we've had a lot of email and concern from the public just around how yard waste will be picked up in the fall. Would it be possible to maybe include some information around this in when we do our mail out? Just because we've had so much interaction, and we, for a while didn't really have a clear response that it may work well with the timing, because I think the concern is really around fall when people have a lot of leaves to rake up.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll communicate that to the public.
And I can move the recommendation. Oh,
Sorry, I don't want to, it's been a long night, but I just would say we do a council summary. It goes out, staff do that. And this has obviously been something that's quite important, although we do have budget on the table as well. So we'll include some information just in a general sense as well.
Thanks for that. We'll move right along. Councillor Joker.
Yeah, mostly just a comment, and just wanted to acknowledge all the residents that wrote into council and to staff to share their concerns as we transition to this new system. I mean, this report, I'm in support of it, the recommendation being presented, and just I think it's a direct result of some of the feedback we heard from the public. So I just want to name that and appreciate the public input that we had through this process. And the other piece here that's really, I think, that stood out for me in the staff report is the last paragraph under discussion that speaks to the data that's going to be collected. I think that's something I look forward to seeing in terms of coming back to council for a decision for a permanent program for something like this. And really the key pieces for me is really seeing the seasonality and the private versus public property. So excited to hear about that. And I guess just curiosity, how are you planning to collect that data? Is that at the point of sale of the tag? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Keeping the questions quick. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Two questions. I didn't see an implementation date.
The implementation date would be when you approve the bylaw.
So this will happen right away. We're not waiting for fall.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Right
And our staff in any dialogue with the regional district in relation to the potential expansion of organics pickup, for example, to the schools and such?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hillian. If I may just pop in and respond to that. Staff are always engaged in dialogue with the CBRD with respect to this service and the enhancement of this service. And I think our commitment from our folks at the CBRD is that they're going to continue to look at opportunities to expand where practicable. And the key focus of area of expansion is just that, looking at particular programs that have a substantial amount of control relative to the amount of material and the quality of that material that's going through. And they've articulated that they're looking to highlight specific areas, which would be inclusive of school programs for that expansion.
Thanks very much, because of course, you know, the connection we had with Queenie School in relation to that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And just to articulate, tonight we have first, second, and third reading, so adoption will actually be at the next meeting, most likely. So just from a timing perspective, I don't see any further lights, although if somebody would like to move the motion, Councillor Collins.
I'll move that based on the April 12th, 2023 staff report, solid waste collection service excess yard waste, council approve option 1 and direct staff to update the current collection agreement with Halton Recycling Limited, DBA Mterra Environmental, to include terms for the purchase of additional yard waste tags in excess of 360 liters per residential dwelling unit.
All right, and we've had some discussion. I don't see any further questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. And then 11.1.2.1. Councillor Warren.
Great, thank you. I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to City of Courtenay fees and charges bylaw number 3098 to allow excess yard waste tags to be purchased at a cost of $5 per tag.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And 11.1.2.2. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that council give first, second, and third reading to City of Courtenay refuse materials collection, removal, and regulation bylaw number 3099 to limit extra paper yard waste to 2 bags per collection.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And 11.1.3 fee and charges for EV stations. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that based on staff report, electric vehicle charging stations, fees and charges amendment bylaw, council give first, second, and third readings to City of Courtenay fees and charges bylaw number 3100 and set the flat rate fee for all city-owned electric vehicle charging stations at $3 per hour.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. This is the implementation component of the consideration that council gave. Just to be clear, the staff report, when we talked about cost recovery, quoted this rate. We had to come back and bring that as the value to set for our bylaw. Mr. Shaw is here for questions if you have any.
All right, and Councillor McCollum.
I promise it's quick. I was curious if our chargers allow for charging per kilowatt hour rather than by time. I know that most chargers do seem to do it by the hour, but I was curious if both options are available to us.
Mr. Garvey? Sorry, Mr. Garvey.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Like some chargers, you can pay by the kilowatt hour, like the same way that we pay for our power. But it seems like it does seem to be more common to pay by the minute or by the hour. And I'm wondering if those charge point chargers that we have allow for either or if it has to be by the hour or by the minute.
Yeah, it's a great question. Considering some of the legislation that's now out there in terms of ability to charge specifically by the hour, the stations that we have are 7.2 kilowatt per hour stations. That is the maximum output, but your draw rate could differ relative to the type of vehicle that you're charging. So it's a variable rate relative to a full recovery model. So we charge by the hour.
Just to be, so the charge point is by time, not the actual energy use at the charge point station, just to clarify.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we as an organization can choose or if it has to be by the hour.
As it's currently set up, and remember, these were the mass purchase through that, we'll investigate the opportunity if we can. I think it should be fair to users, but having just used the charge point one and having some real challenges with vandalism and various things in another jurisdiction, not ours. And we haven't reported any vandalism so far. It is time, not energy. But I think council's been pretty clear that if we have the ability to do that, we will look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor McCollum. And I do remember that question coming up at some point in it being a limitation of the system, but There's always software upgrades. Are we upgrading a whole bunch of software? Sorry, that's another budget. All right. Okay, EV stations moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. And we'll move into our final two for adoptions. Councillor Hillian.
Move the council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 3054, 2022, 1077 Piercy Avenue.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. And finally, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. So I will move the council adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 3072, 2022, 1540 Willamar Avenue.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. We are adjourned.